a way to change. Had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things. What could go wrong, what fame brings, but success is a finicky thing. And if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay. People I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am. And I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. And I don't wanna let myself down, myself.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, another day, another time, another episode for today. There's always something to talk about. I mean, if there's nothing to talk about, I wouldn't be here. So let's just take it that there's a lot to talk about. But that being said, yesterday we saw the nation address by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then we also had more like a response and an equal sequel that was coming from our one and only Gringori Peter Obi. He also had to wade in and talk about a lot of stuff that he felt was wrong with the economy and the security issue and all that. I mean, he gave his own opinion, and also there were some things that I did agree with him on, like for example when it comes to security. And there were some other things that I felt was unnecessary for him to have jammed into that speech. I mean, he was reading the speech, but people called him out, like even when you're reading the speech, you're not you're not bringing life into the whole speech. But again, that's that about that. That's that. And then number two, Atiku is willing to step down for a younger ADC presidential candidate. And I'll be like, wow, this is what everybody's been saying. Like, dude, I mean, you've done this thing 4 times. Okay, Obasanjo doesn't have a good appraisal of you. It's like your penchant to corruption is really great, and that you're a very corrupt person, and that God has to forgive him for even appointing you to be his vice president. I mean, again, it's all politics, okay? But now he's saying that you're willing to step aside, but there's a condition. There's a condition for him to step aside, and the condition is this: the person has to win the primaries. And we all know that our boy Peter Obi doesn't have what it takes to win the primaries. He hasn't won any major presidential primaries. The one he had in LP was given to him. It was like they all just had to change the rules just for him to emerge as a presidential candidate in 2023. So now the dread of Obi going for the primaries is what is really, really making the obedient and the supporters of Peter Obi that are not even, let me call them obedient, is making them shake to their core. Like, how do we go to a primaries with this guy, Atiku, who we know he always buys politicians? So now they're like, you know what, give us the ticket or nothing. We're going to talk about that. So that's Atiku. Then what else again? Okay. River State lawsuit has been dismissed. So the court has said, you know what, we're going to dismiss this case. I'm going to be looking at that also. And then, just have fun, and just have fun in here one way or the other. But let's see this. So this guy is an obedient, no, not obedient, he's an Agbadorian, okay? And now he's saying the fact that he's reading from a prepared note. So this is talking about the speech that Peter Obi gave yesterday. I mean, I'm not going to draw much about that. I think some of the points that he raised in that speech was valid, especially when it comes to security. People's life are still not being valued with the reckless abandon. I read somewhere earlier today that the military foiled some attack that was planned to be executed in multiple states. So again, that's a good win. The security situation of Nigeria, is not out of the woods yet. There's still a lot to be done, and I'm not so happy with the results that we've had. So again, that's that about that. But that being said, this was one of the speech where this guy said he was struggling to read his speech. Actually, to be honest with you, that was my first thought when I saw him read that speech. Let's see if I can expand this for now, and then I'll take it back later.
And small businesses heavily while indulging in extravagance. Billions are spent on new presidential jet,
Dude is
yachts,
reading
and
this
luxury cars.
Dude is reading this thing, and he cannot actually put his thought together. I mean, that's really ridiculous. You can't put your thoughts together. You're reading from a note. You're reading from a note, and you cannot. I mean, look at what he said here.
Billions are spent on new.
What does that mean? Billions? I mean, I understand what he's trying to insinuate, but what does that mean?
Billions are spent on new presidential jet, yachts, and luxury cars. The cost of which is more than the 2024 budget for primary health care. The vice president's residence was erected at a cost of 25 billion, more than the capital budget.
That is not making sense. Was it renovated for 25 billion, or was it renovated for 25 billion more than the capital budgeted for what?
Our entire university research program and 6 university teaching hospitals.
So again, I'm saying that was this already, because the argument that the Tinubu administration had was that most of this stuff were already earmarked even before they got into the office. And again, I'm not for extravagant spending, especially when you tell the masses to try and tighten their belts. Okay, but again, with the issue with the yacht, with the issue with the presidential jet and all that, these were already in the works. You couldn't just cancel the contract. I mean, possibly Tinubu could have negotiated and get a better deal. I mean, you could say that, but again, you're trying to, insinuate that, they're spending extravagantly, which I agree with him on that one. But again, you should be able to bring some life into your speech. One of the things that Obama used to win an election, despite the fact that it was one of the worst United States president USA president that they've ever had. I mean, he didn't really do anything for the blacks. He was just a yuppie, young guy. And that's why I don't believe in all this reformation or activist changing kind of mentality. Obama was a failed president, unfortunately. And because of his failure, that was why they got Trump. Trump was just a socialite, a billionaire, and people could say it was because of racism and all that. No, Obama did not have something solid to run on. Recovery was not that buoyant, so that's it. But I digress. Again,
combined, over 10 billion was budgeted for National Assembly, car park and canteen, more than the capital budget of Ministry of Science and Technology.
Hey, whoever wrote that speech, because he won't be the one writing the speech, whoever wrote that speech doesn't even have a good command, or maybe he's the one reading, what he shouldn't read. But I listened to the old speech yesterday, and I'm like, I agree with him on some vital issues, which was critical, security being number one. I mean, Tinubu still has a lot to do when it comes to security. But that being said, I mean, yeah, it was just a lot of stress listening to this guy talk. And maybe I'm just biased. Maybe I'm biased. I mean, maybe. I wouldn't lie to you that I'm not biased, but again, someone can be a political enemy and you also have some level of admiration for them. Someone can be a political enemy and you like them, that they're tough. And that's what I want. I want this race to be a race between the tough and the toughest. I don't want it to be like a walkover for Tinubu, because it seems like it's looking like it's going to be a walkover for Tinubu. That's just what I feel. I mean, you could say, people would always complain about situations no matter what you do. I mean, almost 600,000 students have gotten the NEL fund, and nobody knows about that. I mean, we have a few of them coming online to talk about it, but Nigerians themselves, I'm telling you, it's crazy. Okay, so that's it.
At a time, science is crucial for national growth. Meanwhile, Nigerians pay more for everything now and receive less. Passports, permits, electricity, petrol, food, rent, healthcare, all cost more. Yet, power supply.
So, I mean, it is what it is. So, again, I agree with him that there's still a lot to be done. One of the problems that I had while watching that thing is that the dude was actually mining data. This dude was actually mining data. The guy now said, everything was good up until 2014, when Nigeria became one of the biggest economies in the world due to rebasing and all those other stuff. How come everything was good up until 2014, and then people were desperately in need of a Buhari, even although that one didn't work out well. So he is always kind of playing these games. It doesn't sound too sincere to me. And again, in terms of Elon Musk yesterday tweeted something. He said, ideas are trivial. Execution is painful. So he could come in here and tell you, this is how bad it is. Where is your execution level in terms of his political party also? I mean, we've seen him, bundle that. Even Kenneth Okonkwo, who I don't agree with when it comes to political stuffs, kind of told him that he's a boy when it comes to politics. I'm like, dude, this was your guy. This was the guy that you said was going to change Nigeria and turn everything around. But again, I think right now, what is really in vogue right now is the battle between obedience and obedience. And I mean, Mama P and Abure, accosting Abure at the airport. You know, so again, I just leave them. Leave them to their own. Let them sort themselves out. Are we going for LP? Are we going for ADC? Where are we when it comes to 2027? We don't know. Tell us. Yeah, Atiku has said he's going to step down. So you guys should be happy that he's going to step down. But let's go back to that one. Atiku is willing to step aside for an ADC presidential candidate in 2027. Boy, this guy is 78 years old. You see, that generation of adults around that 70, 80 or more, they know they agree level. Even from church, even church too, they know they step down. They know they step, as in that group, Obasanjo, Tinubu, Atiku, that group, even in the US too. I mean, Trump is around that high 70s right now. You know, it was literally, they literally dragged Biden out of the race. That age group, they know they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave anything for anything younger generation. No. And again, the interesting part about those age group is that they've been in the scene for the past 40 to 50 years. Atiku is not new in the game. Okay. Hillary Clinton wasn't new in the game. Bill Clinton wasn't new in the game. Although we had Obama, who was relatively new. But most of the guys there, they're still in charge. So Atiku is saying that he stated in a BBC Hausa interview, so we're not going to watch that because it's Hausa, on October 1, that it would withdraw from the 2027 presidential race if a younger, vibrant candidate wins the ADC. Are you telling me Peter Obi is not young and vibrant enough? What is it trying to say? He knows that there is no young, vibrant candidate that can match his money back. He knows, he's aware. So what's he doing? He formed the ADC coalition with Peter Obi and others in July 2025 to challenge the ruling APC amid economic hardships. The primaries are scheduled for 2026 with ongoing debate over zoning and youth inclusion. Let me tell you the truth. He formed the ADC coalition with Peter Obi. Coalition. I don't know, because people say it's no longer a coalition, it's just a political party. Because PDP is going ahead with their own convention in November. Okay? So let's get that straight. PDP says we're going our own way. LP has disavowed ADC because they see ADC as a competition. So who is coalescing around who? SDP, I don't even know if that one really exists. I mean, El-Rufai, they don't even recognize El-Rufai as their guy. So what are we talking about? I'm willing to step aside. Let me see. Join the conversation. What's this guy talking about?
FM. Allow Jonathan to enjoy retirement from public office. APC tells PDP. Leading to arrest.
Just pray that Nigeria must not happen to this investigation.
Which investigation is
because
that?
It's so easy for narratives to be quickly thrown around. And we need to do a whole lot better.
Okay, so it's a long stuff. I'm not going to be listening to that one. Yeah. I'm ready to abandon my presidential ambition to support younger candidates. Did you read the context? This is not the headline of the news. Atiku said he will step down for any young person that wins. Exactly. Like this Peter Obi mobilization, whatever it is called. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know which one is smarter. Maybe the mobilization is smarter than the candidate itself. But again, it is what it is. This is not the headline. That's the first response. Atiku said he will step down for any young person that wins ADC primaries. Get your headline right, please. Thank you. Now lie, we won't lose the primaries. So Nigerians are so corrupt that it's the highest bidder that is going to win any primary election in Nigeria. People will effortlessly, without conscience, sell their votes in primary election. Atiku will definitely win. Let him step down. Exactly. Step down for who? You guys want Atiku to step down for who? Is it for Peter Obi? Atiku will never step down for Peter Obi, okay? Let's just get that straight. If this is the hill that is going to die on, he knows that Peter Obi did him dirty in 2023. He knew. Everybody knew that Peter Obi did him dirty because you only were brought into the party that you didn't even build, you know, and you were given the vice presidential ticket. You were given the vice presidential ticket in 2019. And then that increased your political capital. And then in 2023, when Atiku needed you most, you abandoned him. When he needed you most, you were like, you know what, I'm done with this party. Which is, I mean, that was your decision. You have the right to fully say you're not going to, you know, be in the ticket with Atiku in 2023. That's your full right. He also has the right to tell you that he's not going to step down for you. Come and win the primaries. Because you guys dragged the PDP members. If Atiku steps down for you, I'm telling you, that doesn't even guarantee you a win. I don't even see... Okay, Kenneth Okonkwo agrees with me on this note that Peter Obi is not a viable candidate to run against Tinubu in 2027. Not me. I mean, that's his boy. That's his spokesman in 2023. That's not me. I mean, that's Kenneth Okonkwo. I mean, you people are saying he's mad. You people are saying he has gone for the highest bidder. I didn't say that, although I know so, okay? But that being said, that's what's happening right now. And then Obedience are like, whoa, you should step down. He's not going to step down because Obi has not earned the right for Atiku to step down for him. You may not like it, but Obi has not earned that right. Don't forget his emphasis is on primaries. He's only interested in who will dollarize the process with him. Something I strongly believe my president will never do. Okay, they know that ADC is dying gradually. 100%. ADC is dead without Peter Obi. I agree. ADC without Peter Obi is a no-no. I still don't understand, and I try to think, and I try to kind of rationalize why the heck would Atiku leave PDP for an ADC without having any commitment of any governor from the PDP, without having any commitment from any governor in other parties, and maybe any other senators and that from other parties to join in. When you're living from a place to another place as a big wig that you are, you want to show that show of force. You want to gather some momentum. The week the ADC stuff was announced and formed, you know what happened? People were moving to APC. You can say, oh, it's the corrupt governors, it's the corrupt politician. Yeah, I agree with you. But again, I'm talking about the reality on the ground. This is not an emotional game. This is war. Okay, and you have to know, 18 years old, what's this? After seeing one of his obedient, what was this again? I mean, that's nonsense. When he has his dollar to buy delegates, I even learned he just left the country for Dubai. You know, to me, I believe he should step down. But I'm saying that he would not step down, especially he won't step down for Peter Obi. He won't step down for Peter Obi. No, he won't. He knows Peter Obi did him dirty. Let me see what the news is saying with respect to this. Let's see. Atiku steps down for Peter Obi in 2020. Big coalition against APC. This was 1 month ago. You see how this fake news thing stopped. And that's how Peter Obi would Peter Obi step down for Atiku. It was 3 years ago.
A question that came on the second one. And
Yes.
my position is very simple.
Mr. Peter Obi will not chicken out of the presidential race to concede to a VP position. I'll leave you to answer that.
Will it be
3 years
VP to
ago.
Atiku? That was the first question that came on the second one. And
Yes.
my position is very simple. I'm contesting to be president. And what I want my listeners and everybody to do is to help me to get the delegates to vote me to be number one.
Okay.
I won't say where I'm going to end. Will I be a minister? Will I be this? Will I be that? That is not my choice. My choice is that I'm contesting to be president.
So let me ask you a
So,
question.
so it's very, very simple thing. It's for me to focus on what I'm contesting. It's like asking somebody in an exam, will you be second or will you be third? That everybody wants to be first. What they will be thereafter, I don't know.
Now,
Okay, so for context, this was 3 years ago, 2023. This guy, 3 years ago, shortly before the election, he was still in PDP. He was in PDP, was doing everything with PDP. The hope was that, Atiku would allow, younger people from the South, according to their stuff, to really, take over and be presented for presidential stuff. So we had, who else? We had Wike, we had Obi, we had Atiku and all that. We had, what's the name of this other guy? Tambuwal. Also. So this was that. Now, what happened? He couldn't, because he didn't have what it takes, which might be corruption and money and all that. So he left at the time. Now, he wants that ticket back. And he wants Atiku to step down for him. So again, in 2023, he didn't support the guy that made him the VP candidate in 2019, but now you guys want him to support. And you could say, Atiku should take the high road. I understand that. That's sentiment. No, that's sentiment. And it might be a right sentiment, but again, that's not politics. Emotions doesn't care about how you feel. Facts don't care about how you feel.
Given what you've just said, and given that you have, and I think that's why people are asking, because in 2019 you were running mate to Atiku Abubakar.
Yep.
What did you learn then that you will not repeat this time?
Well,
one thing that you learned.
I don't think there's anything I can say I learned that I wasn't going to repeat. Atiku was the candidate, and he chose me. It wasn't as if I contested for it.
Chose me. He did nothing. Now, it's even in the open that, what's the name of this guy? My boy, Reno. Reno said he was the one that packaged him for that thing. Now, and he's brought out some emails to prove that he actually worked with Atiku to have Reno out. Again, at the end of the day, I hate when people are so emotional. All these things were there. They're all together. Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, and all that. They're all politics. They're on the same class. Okay? So this so-called notion that Obi is now the saint out of all of them, and then it talks about, there's been no corruption, despite the fact that there are fires here and there that we can actually point to. Despite the fact that Anambra people said in 2012, all those periods, that this is not the right candidate. And even they will prefer, I won't mention that to him. But now all of a sudden, this guy is now like Saint Peter Obi.
And if he becomes candidate tomorrow, he will look around and say, for me to be president, I need A or B or C. If I become, I will do the same thing.
Oh, that was too loud. But anyways, so that's that 2023. Oh, okay. So that's it. I may step down for OBC, the game plan. Okay, this is 1 year ago. Unfortunately, I'm saying that what right has Peter Obi earned? Or what has he done? How has he helped the party? Okay, how has he helped the party to achieve its aim? And this is a legitimate question. Okay, this is a legitimate question. How has he helped the party to achieve the aim? So if you're saying that, this guy is coming in and is like, okay, give it to Peter Obi, fine. But what has he done? And now the argument from the obedient side is that this thing has been zoned to the south. That this thing is really zoned to the south. So because it's zoned to the south, give it to Peter Obi. And I'm like, excuse me, zoning to the south is a precursor to something. When PDP started, in their own corrupt mind, they had a plan to be in charge of the presidency for 60 years. I'm not joking. And that 60 years, they had a formula. This is how we're going to share it. I've never been for zoning. And I mean, Aisha said it wasn't for zoning in Edo State election. Now we're saying that if this game is going to be like that, let's do zoning. We want zoning. I'm like, Aisha, which one? You are flip-flopping. You don't even know what you're talking about. So there was an arrangement in PDP, and this is the arrangement. It's going to move around. Okay? Now, that didn't go anywhere because at some point, there will be one moron that will always come to destroy the zoning. And the Constitution doesn't even recognize zoning at the presidency level. You only recognize that at the executive level. When you're a president, you can now do ministerial appointment across all the states based on your discretion and your party arrangement. But again, that wasn't the case. Now we know that Jonathan had to break the zoning arrangement because it was just plausible. It was just natural for him to become the president, being the vice president for Yaradua. So that was what happened. So when you go to PDP, when you talk about zoning in PDP, PDP as a political party would never even agree with you that the zoning should be for the South because they had Obasanjo for 8 years. Okay, that's one. They had Yaradua for 2 years thereabout. Even those 2 years was close to maybe zero because the guy was already out of his way, out of this the land of the living when he became president. Then they had Jonathan for 6 years. So you had a 6, then you had an 8 of Obasanjo, that's 14 years. So when you're meeting as a PDP member, because zoning is a party thing, when you go to the general election, every other time you've had an Hausa, you had an Hausa contest against Tinubu. And again, if Obi had agreed to go with Atiku in 2023, today Atiku will be the president. So where do we put the zoning? That's what I'm saying, that the thing doesn't even make sense. Again, so when you look at PDP's formula, you cannot be preaching zoning to PDP, even though that might help, the country, but it doesn't make sense for PDP. Now, when it comes to ADC, they don't even have any agreement. So all this emotional display, like zoning to here, zoning to that. And again, let me talk about zoning with respect to APC. To be honest with you, a lot of people supported Atiku in the Southwest. A lot of people supported Atiku in the Southwest. So where is the zoning? What are we talking about here? Atiku could as well be your president today if Obi did not backstab him by leaving him when he needed him most. Okay? Which, I don't know if it's a good thing or if it's a bad thing. I leave you guys to judge. But that's what it is. So when it comes to ADC, you've not earned the right. Tinubu, when you talk to zoning, people were even like, they don't want Tinubu in the South. A lot of people don't want Tinubu in the Southwest in 2023. So Tinubu's zoning was just not zoning on a vanilla level. What he was saying is this: I built this party with you guys. I shelved all my ambition. It wasn't a joke that I didn't take up other stuff, other appointment. I didn't take anything from you. For the past 8 years, I've helped governors become governors. I've helped ministers become ministers. I've helped a lot of candidates. I helped Buhari in 2015. I helped Buhari in 2019. And at this point in time, it's just natural that I should be the one leading this party. But even at that, he still had to go for primaries. He had to face the person he helped to become vice president in a primary. What are you talking about? He had to he had to face Oshibajo. He had to face Amechi. He faced Amechi now. He faced Lawal. What's it called? Yahaya Bello Lawal. And I think that guy stepped down shortly before the whole thing was finished, but he had to face him too. So he went through all that. That process was actually to make him strong so that when the election comes, he's able to stand against whoever the PDP was presenting. That's how it works. It's an opportunity to showcase that you have what it takes. So again, I keep hearing It's been zoned to the south. It's been zoned. No. They went for an election and they won. Okay? Tinubu is a one-term president. Let me look at this one.
Right, our guest on today's edition of Niger Unfiltered, Kenneth Okonkwo, public affairs analyst, a columnist, a legal practitioner, a politician, and of course, those that blaze the trail.
Wait. This is going to be a long interview. I don't have the time to look. 1 hour, 22 minutes, bro. I'll just binge watch and then see what happens.
The Nollywood industry.
Thank you very much for this opportunity again to talk about Nigeria. And thank you, viewers from any part of the world that you're watching.
All right, let's start this way. Dr. Kach Onanuju said you left the Labour Party after P2B denied their request for National Publicity Secretary position. According to him, you lobbied for it. How true is that?
That's lame. That's lame.
You know, in all honesty, at times it's not necessary answering back to people that you know that are sick. You know, a lot of people do not understand that the so-called Kach Onanuju is now suffering from a degenerative mental disease.
What I like about this guy is that I don't even know it's different to separate when he's acting and when he's serious. To be honest with you, there are a lot of things he says that I don't agree with, but there are some things that he says, I mean, for comedy, that I just feel like maybe, well, I agree with what he says.
That is making him to be autistic at his age. You know, this disease will make you to fabricate something that is non-existent and postulate it as if it is a fact. Now, let's look at it this way. First of all, I have never had any meeting in my life between P2B, Kach Onanuju, and myself. Never. You know, even a lot of journalists are really of low IQ. Anyway, with the advent of this social media, and everybody is now claiming to be a journalist.
I agree with that one, yeah.
I wonder why they did not even ask him, please, were you there with P2B when Kenneth Okonkwo ever lobbied him for any office? Because I have never lobbied P2B for any office whatsoever. So I wonder what brought such fabrication. But I understand because, like I told you, I am aware that he's suffering from a degenerative mental disease that is now
Episode 1 of the whole show,
making him to be an adult, autistic fellow. Now,
What?
let me ask you, is it not ridiculous? Somebody is already a presidential spokesperson, and you said he went to the same person that he is speaking for to lobby to be a publicity secretary of a failed political party, because he said after the election, not even before the election. He said after the election. Does it make sense? Now, who is that person that want to go and lobby the person you're already serving for another post of a lower quality? Let me ask, please, being a presidential spokesperson and being the publicity secretary of a failed political party, which one is greater? No, if you check this government now, which one is higher? And somebody sat down and fabricated something, and people are even listening to him. Okay, now let's even listen to that Kach Onanuju interview. In that same interview, he said he was the one who brought Hope Uzodinma to contest for election. Can you imagine a rat like that? An old horse like Hope Uzodinma. Meanwhile, Hope Uzodinma is APC. He said he's still a member of PDP, meaning he was playing double APC, PDP. And he said he works for P2B. That's Labour Party. So, Kach Onanuju alone is with APC, PDP, Labour Party.
Well, we need to go and listen to where all that happened, but it is what it
At the
is.
same time, and you're listening to such political jobber. Now, he said Kenneth Okonkwo met them. Met you where? Because you were never, from your own analysis, you were never a member of Labour Party. Met you where? And you can imagine such empty barrel that is making the most noise, saying he was part of it that formed the obedient movement. Can you imagine? He does not even understand what the movement is. Otherwise, he wouldn't even say he was part of the one that formed the obedient movement. Was an organic movement that sprang up on its own,
Maybe.
growing up everywhere because of the dissatisfaction of the people
I agree with
against
that.
the existing order.
I agree with that.
And one
Yeah.
man that, like I said, that is mentally challenged is coming to tell lies. Fabrication.
Damn.
I said I have never had any meeting whatsoever between three of us for life. It never existed. They should have asked him, were you there when Kenneth Okonkwo was lobbying people? Have you ever had any meeting whatsoever? Three of you only. But people will just sit down and talk absolute nonsense. But here is the problem. How is it that people are lying with P2B's name? And P2B will hear such a thing publicly and will not react to it. And will not call them to order publicly.
No. So again, like I've been saying that Peter Obi needs to be more strategic when it comes to tweeting and talking and all of that. So I don't expect Peter Obi to respond to everything that he hears about himself, especially when it has to do with you, because really it's politics. If Peter Obi replies to everything, I'm even saying Peter Obi's response should always be measured. So he wouldn't come to respond to that because he's above that level, right? This guy should have his eyes on the target, which is presidency. So if two of his boys are fighting, I mean, why should he respond to that?
You
guys should
can never
yourself.
use me, Kenneth Okonkwo, to lie against P2B, no matter the situation. Once you bring it publicly, because I detest lies. If it is not true, I will come out publicly to debunk it. So why has P2B not debunked such useless lie that somebody is lying with his name? It shows a leader that cannot even defend the truth or defend people who have even worked for him.
What?
These are the kind of problems that P2B has, attracting even strict urchins, classless street urchins. So we will buy you there. I saw another classless street urchin of the cookie. So cookie level, no cookie.
Why what this guy talk is like it's even more interesting than watching him act in his Nollywood capacity. Like
those rabies infested, dogs that anything you do, because they are ill-bred, they are very ill-mannered, ill-tempered street urchins. These are kind of followers that he's attracting now.
what?
Okay, we buy you there. What was that? What's so great we buy you there? I don't know what it is. But this, can you imagine?
So again, I don't like the way this guy is saying that, these are the kind of people Obi is attracting. I know in a way they could be salty, but for you to classify, and that's the difference between, the politics that we play and what Obedient brought into the polity, right? Before then it was always Tinubu attacking Jonathan, and you could see all the tweets. But right now with Obedient, nobody, they attack Adeboye, attack everybody, Kumuyi, attack anybody, Adefarasi. Even Pojo Emade has given Obi platform in previous times. They attack him, they attack everybody. Nobody is beyond, they've attacked everybody. And again, that's why I tell people that I understand the old phrase that you have to speak truth to those in power. But at the same time, also, I think it's also important that you need to have the courage to speak truth to those that seems to be not powerful, because it works both ways. It's easy to come out and say, Tinubu is a criminal. Hey, these guys are bad. His ideas are easy. Execution is painful. Most of these guys, in their own personal life, they've not even been able to achieve anything. But they can always come out and tell you this is how you run the government. Maybe you run a political party first. Maybe you run a local government first. And I'm not mentioning Showore here, but I'm just saying.
A society that under leaders are attracting distinguished people. The people you are attracting are strict urchins of the people that fabricate things that are non-existing. If there is anybody who is a political jobber who is eating from both PDP, APC, LP is Catch Ononuju. So how can I meet somebody in a movement and in a political party that he's not a member? And he confessed, he said that he's still a member of PDP. Is there any still serious politician who is still a member of PDP? And then he is coming to call Kenneth Okonkwo unashamedly. Please, there is nothing wrong whatsoever in lobbying for any political post if you're a politician. So if I lobbied for any, I'll be bold enough to say I lobbied for this post. It's not a crime. What is wrong with it? When I left Labour Party, I was bold enough to speak out on the reason that I left Labour Party. I said, look, anarchy is going to come into this party.
And he's right. And I appreciate him for that, because he truly immediately left. He was not hiding it. And I know that before he left, he actually went to meet Obi, tried to salvage the political situation. And again, I said it then that Obi was actually leaving this big asset, which he had, which was LP. He was leaving this asset to waste. Like, it was meant to strategize how to take over that party. Who is Apapa? Who is Abure? Who is this other one? He should have stepped in, and people are like, no, it's democracy. Okay, it's democracy. He shouldn't have waited in now. Okay, so why are you asking for automatic tickets? It should be democracy now. That's how they misled the guy. Now we don't even know where he stands with respect to LP and ADC. And it's becoming like you had that big asset, 6 million people. All those days when you sat down in court, wasting your time on saying Tinubu shouldn't have been the president because there was a 460,000 in Chicago, he didn't go to university, this and that, Vice President Shettima shouldn't have been given the ticket. I was like, dude, you have so much asset on your hand. All these people that voted for you, the emotions were still high. Why don't you get into the party, take over the party, which is LP, and start working on your successive elections? And everything now is just like, I don't know, bro. I don't even know. I don't know what he wants to do. But it's been painful to see that this opposition that should have been really vibrant just went down. Like, where are those people that won under the LP canopy in the House of Rep, in the Senate? Where are they today? What are they doing? What are they doing differently?
Because people who are supposed to take decision have refused to take decision. And since they've refused to take decision, I have no business remaining there. Because I don't like to join on serious organizations. I made it public. And by then, this level of anarchy has not even come. Meaning people now know that I'm saying the truth. So do you think it is giving up being a presidential spokesperson? I gave it up. I didn't have any political party. I didn't have any politician for months. And I said, if there's no new arrangement, no new alignment, no new coalition that will give Nigerians alternative and that can give the ruling party a run for their money, I will not be part of 2027. And somebody is saying you went to lobby for publicity secretary of a failed political party. Let me tell you the closest I came to about leadership of Labour Party. There is a member of the House of Representatives, and he's still alive now. During that convention, he came to me. He said, look, if Abure is not going to run or is not interested in the convention, there are only two persons he's interested in to be the national chairman of Labour Party. He said, you, Kenneth Okonkwo. And he mentioned one other person from the north. And I told him, say, look, if you ever sat down and contemplated Kenneth Okonkwo to be national chairman of Labour Party, then that means you don't even like P2B to be president. How would
because of the arrangement.
How would it suit that somebody from Southeast will be national chairman and we want to push another person from the Southeast to be president? I said, don't even mention it again. I said, I am going to support a Northerner to be national chairman because that balancing is what's going to suit the candidacy of everybody. He's still alive. So if I rejected even the idea of being a national chairman, then somebody who thinks he wants to trend with the name of Kenneth Okonkwo, the big cheap name, will now come to say that me lobbied for publicity secretary of a failed political party. Even if he's brilliant, he would have even said something that is believable. Because I cannot leave being a presidential spokesperson, which is a higher office, and start lobbying the same person I am speaking for a failed publicity secretary of a failed political party. This is ridiculous. So please, I wouldn't have even loved to reply to this, but if I didn't say anything, people would think maybe there's even a sense in what he was saying. All the journalists that ever repeated such nonsense, I regard them as classless, low IQ journalists. Because they couldn't even ask him certain questions. I don't even need to reply to such a thing because a lie is standing on its face.
Wow.
So please, I don't normally honestly reply to such liars. Let them continue following their kind of leader that they are just.
All right. Let's move on. What's your take on the president's independence speech to Nigerians? And how do you react to that?
It is very sad that President Tinubu's speeches, almost all of them, are now becoming a propaganda machine. 100% propaganda. No element of truth.
No. But the president put out numbers. You have to tell us which of the one is propaganda. That's what politicians do. Now, if you're not able to point to certain factors or certain numbers or certain facts, they just say all of them. Which one? Is it the security part? Is it the reforms that they agree that the reform was brutal and painful and that it was just necessary, that he had to do that? Is it the GDP numbers that he gave you numbers, specific numbers, the growth numbers, the IMF projection? He gave you all of those. So which one is propaganda? That's the problem I have with these politicians.
No element of substance. None. It's unfortunate that any time now you sit down, you want to listen to the president talk, what you'll be hearing is complete braggadocio, complete propaganda, devoid of substance, devoid of truth. And making such broadcasts when people are suffering and dying out of.
I made mention of that too. And again, I'm not a spokesman for Tinubu, and I wouldn't be, because I believe that there are places where you could criticize him. But he also said that these reforms were necessary and that, they're trying as much as possible to relieve people's stuff. I don't know if that's propaganda, but I mean, the numbers are the numbers. People are still suffering from the reforms, but I don't think that you just call me like, give us your own numbers, give us your own stats, give us what you, and that's what Obi had done yesterday, when he did a rebuttal of what Tinubu was saying.
And hardship is disheartening. Throughout the whole speech, did you hear him mention how much Nigeria is owing now? Nigeria is owing $100 billion. That's about 100.
No, but he mentioned the debt service ratio. If you don't understand what debt service ratio means, is how much you're using to service your debt divided by this thing. I mean, you're coming out to give us some amount of what Nigeria is owing in relation to what,
Around 50 trillion naira.
I'll keep quiet.
And Tinubu borrowed almost half of this amount within 2 years. And he's telling you about economy improving. Everything his government is doing now is based on rebasing. Because they cannot stand up with the truth of the facts. They'll tell you they have rebased the GDP. They'll tell you they have rebased the inflation in order to manipulate the figures. Let me tell you the hoax that has become this government. Part of the propaganda they used to come into government is that by 2030 they will make Nigerian economy $1 trillion economy. After they are rebasing, Nigerian economy, the GDP is about $243 billion. The president is touting that the GDP has increased by 4.23%. 4.23% of the GDP. Give them even $280 billion. Dash them that, because at times they would issue the propaganda that is $280 billion. Because basically it's about 372 point something trillion naira, which is about $243 billion. But give them even $280 billion, growing at the rate of 4.24%, meaning each year there will be a growth of about $11.9 billion. In 5 years, it will be about $60 billion. If you add that to $280 billion, it will be about $340 billion by 2030. Not even up to about 30% of the propaganda that this government is deceiving people about. $1 trillion, 2030. Creating false hopes.
The 4.32 was just for this quarter. Okay, let's get that straight. And that's because the projection is that when you have your coastal stuff, when you have your FX done, when you have free direct investment coming, one way or the other, you could start to see that growth happen. Again, I'm still waiting to see how that will be done. So I'm not trying to push propaganda here, but again, you cannot just use one quarter results to extrapolate to the whole population. So maybe the idea is after this year, there will be other places where you have much more growth expected in the future. But again, it's a plan. There's nothing bad in having a plan. There's nothing bad in saying they want it to be a 1 trillion by 2030. And you could actually see from the reforms, things are gradually now stabilizing. I'm still expecting where there will be that turbocharged economy, possibly maybe a 2026 or a 2027. But again, when you have recovery, it takes a while before you start seeing that effect. It's easy to destroy, it's difficult to build.
False impression. Look at that speech. Did not even pay condolences to the hundreds that were massacred in Katsina, in Zamfara, worshiping God. And he's a Muslim.
I agree with that. And I said it yesterday that I'm giving Tinubu like a 0 when it comes to security. Right? Nowhere I said, look at what happened in Kwara State this week. Just this week, Kwara State. There was this documentary where the guy filmed the whole church that houses like 1,000 worshippers. And it was deserted on a Sunday afternoon. There was no trace of life in that Kwara State community just this week. All of them have moved. So when you're saying that you're trying to tackle insecurity in the Northeast and Northwest, are they the same set of people moving over to the Southwest, creating some kind of wildfire here and there with respect to terrorism? So that's the question. That's what I'm asking. So in terms of security, I'm not happy with the Tinubu's administration. Are they doing a lot? Possibly, yes. But is it yielding a lot of results that is expected? I don't think so. Just this week again, you had the issue with robbery attack in Abuja, where this lady, Arise TV host, died. So it's just unfortunate, to be honest with you.
He picked another fellow Muslim ticket. Muslims dying in droves. Nothing to signify the level of security. And you can see how the young Somto Chukwu Maduago was murdered.
Yeah.
As a result of the insecurity problem. That is why people will tell you that when it comes to insecurity, you can't allow the criminals 1% success.
100%.
Because that 1% success can lead to irreparable, irreplaceable loss, which will be 100% to the people that are the victims of this. The
I
young
agree.
Sumter was massacred and died. The president could not recognize such terrible loss in a broadcast.
I agree.
29-year-old lawyer, my learned colleague. And you know, broadcasting is part of.
Again, I kind of understand, like, maybe not recognizing her by name, because if the president had gone ahead to recognize her by name, then the question then would come from the same people that, oh, they're recognizing her by name because she's part of the elite in the society. So, but then he should have recognized at least those bandits, like those cases in Kwara State, those cases in the Northeast or Northwest, wherever. He should have recognized that. But he did recognize the soldiers that are laying out their lives every day. Because to be honest, we can sit down here and say, oh, things are bad, things are bad. There are people that are dying, freaking dying every day to make sure that this insurgency is repelled. And again, I would say that the genesis of this insurgency actually started shortly, I think, from when the PDP were in power. Let's not forget that. That doesn't give Tinubu a less of an hard opinion on that one. No, I'm just saying. If we're going to recognize that, we should know that the person you're supporting, the party you're supporting right now, or the people you're supporting right now also are complicit in this matter.
The general entertainment, in a way. They educate, they inform. And yet you have a president that is dishing out propaganda in the name of broadcast on an independent, on an independent celebration. Now, what are the contents of his speech? He told you that inflation has gone down to 20 point something %. Rebased. Please, has the cost of fuel per liter gone down? Has the cost of PMS, which is powering the whole inflation determination, has it gone down? Where did they get that figure from? Rebased.
No. So I'll give him this one because he's a lawyer. Okay, when they say inflation has gone to a 20%, that doesn't mean that that the price has gone down. This is what we're saying. If inflation was 30% and you have something like 100 naira, okay, at 30% inflation, it just becomes 130. Okay, now at 20% inflation, it means that it's 20% times the 130. You have to add that 20% times 130, okay, which is $26 to that 130. That makes it 156. So again, I'm going to allow him to go here because he's a lawyer and maybe doesn't really understand economics. So it doesn't mean that price will come down. And again, when it comes to petrol price, let's be sincere with ourselves. Nigerian petroleum price is one of the cheapest in the world. What we were doing during all these years of subsidy, Buhari, Jonathan, and all that, it was that we were actually paying it forward such that one day will come that the future generation will be the one bearing the responsibility of the cheap petroleum price that we were having in all those previous years. So right now, all of what we're paying, all what we're suffering right now emanates from that. I'm not even talking about the impact of corruption. Now, when you now add corruption to it, it becomes what? Humongous. Now, you could say, oh, but the politicians have been benefiting all this while. They're not making any sacrifices. That's also a valid point, but I just want to put it out there.
The only ones that have gone down are the ones that they harmfully ordered their importation. Rice, maize, and another crop. They imported it in order to create the impression that things are not going haywire. So if you go to the market, you see the prices of all those ones that are not being imported still very high and has even gone up. And then those ones that they are now importing, the expired rice and all those things. Because they say these are some of the rice that they've stored abroad for more than 10 years. Why make the farmers to go and suffer under the security to produce and they cannot sell now because you have ordered importation when you know that the prices are going haywire? Unhealthy
Well, fair point.
And it's the president that is telling you things are improving. If people are not dying in your village because of hunger and hardship, they are dying in my village in Soka because of hunger and hardship. So all those talk, they are simply bewitching Nigeria. I have said it before. And whatever APC says about itself is a lie. But they have upgraded now from the level of lies to the level of bewitchment through enchantments. That's what they're doing. Falsehood is no longer enough. They've now grown to enchantment so that they can bewitch. Now, what was the president saying? In the economy, he wants to let you know that non-oil export is improving. On what? Okay, let's start from revenue. By August, he said they have collected all the revenue. From where? Extorting the people through higher taxes, through higher tariffs. What are they producing that will make the revenue to increase?
Wow.
Tinubu's government is serving the powerful, not the people. Can you imagine?
Enough.
In that speech,
Yeah.
he said they have shared 330 billion naira in social investment program. To who? They say 8 million homes. They say 25,000 per month. Some have received 2 months. Where are they? People are moving.
Okay, that's the question too. Like, where are these people, right? And someone was saying that Nigerians are wicked. Like, are there people collecting that money and they're not coming on social media to talk? I know the Nile Fund, we've been seeing few people come out to say, oh, we got this Nile Fund from the Tinubu's administration and all of that. But again, the number he reeled out was like 500,000. And we had few people there. If that's the truth, that 500,000 people have benefited from Nile Fund, and it's just all these few people coming out to do videos, then Nigerians themselves are wicked. 500,000, it's a lot of numbers, except Tinubu is lying. Except they're cooking the numbers, which, I mean, it's possible. I'm not saying it's not. But,
more into poverty, and you're saying you're sharing money. But here is the annoying thing. They have shared 332 billion unaccounted money to people that probably some of them have died so long ago. Because to me, in my own opinion, they're just sharing that money amongst themselves. Recalling what happened, that EFCC is investigating that ministry. One person being found to be cutting away 40 billion naira. Tinubu's humanitarian minister, within days or weeks of operating as a minister, billions, 3.2 billion then was brought out. And they said that we are going to give 500 and something million to 4 states. And almost 3 billion was used, they say, consultancy fee. You will see a minister getting as big as 400 and something million. They say consult.
I hate this so-called subsidy or trying to help people thing. Not that you don't want to help people, but the problem I have with all of this is that at the end of the day, when you give government so much power and they're so big, there will always be fraud. That's why I was really happy that we could get away with subsidy, although there's the argument that maybe we're still paying it in one form or the other. But again, what was happening, and that thing started during Yar'Adua's administration, and I'm talking about when it scaled. When Yar'Adua was sick and you had the cabals, they entrenched the subsidy scam. When Jonathan came in, there was nothing he could do. They just trained those guys. That's why Alison Madueke is no longer in the country today. And then they voted for Buhari, thinking that Buhari will have a lot of brain and will to stem the thing. And then the thing was now, it went full throttle under Buhari, and that was crazy. So when it comes to we're sharing money, we're helping people, I understand we have to help people, but again, the cost is always really, really ridiculously high. Hopefully we can get to the bottom.
To tell us how many number of poor people in the States. So that money you saw, in my own opinion, is being shared among the powerful.
Allegedly.
And the people who are students in the name of Nile Fund, in the name of Youth Cre, was it Youth Credo? Or what do you call it? Corporation Credo, Youth Credo. They say they are lending money to youths. They will borrow to youths, lend to youths, lend to industries. But they will bring money in the name of social investment program and share among the powerful in the name of sharing it to homes. Assuming you're even sharing it to homes, you're teaching them to eat fish. So after 3 months, what would each person
Exactly.
use
But
75,000
again, to be fair to Tinubu, at that point, he stopped the whole program. Now, maybe they've also brought in some other programs to replace that. To be honest with you, trying to do all that just doesn't make sense. And to be honest, it just doesn't make sense.
after 3 months. No, what can 25,000 naira afford you? If you had used that 330 billion naira, for instance, in power, you know what it would have done? It will help most of those homes you're seeing to be able to start doing something, and their children from their house, because there is availability of power. If Awolowo is alive today, he will use that money and provide free education to the children, not borrowing money to the indigent students. He said they have borrowed about 140 or thereabout billion naira. They have borrowed to indigent students to go to school through NEL fund. They will still come back to pay. Yet you're sharing. If you don't have money to provide education, healthcare, then you're sharing money among the powerful. So all those revenue you're seeing is more extortion from Nigerian people. A president heartlessly removed subsidy, and he's saying that it is only the very few corrupt people that we are gaining from subsidy. What a lie. When you remove subsidy, the poor people that are using fuel across Nigeria started paying 1,000 naira almost, instead of the 195 naira they were paying. And you're saying they are not benefiting from it? No. Nigerians, we are benefiting. But here is the catch. I have never supported retaining the subsidy. But what I was fighting for is removing the corruption in the subsidy. And when you do it...
See, no way. OB even said it was going to remove it. Article said it was going to remove it. The problem with removing the corruption is that you had two choices. Number one, just follow after those stealing the money, okay? And good luck with that. Good luck with that. Because you're going to spend another 4 years trying to figure out who are those stealing the money, knowing that these people are already sophisticated. You could do that. That's an option. Or you make it free market. I will go with a free market, because now I don't need to actually build cost with respect to following after corrupt subsidy. I don't need to have people that will be bribed, because they did our investigation in 2011, 2012 with Farouk Lawan. Farouk Lawan became complicit and became corrupt. We don't have the report as of date. There was an Ig Mokwede report that Otedola is even saying they should release right now. So again, that's the problem. When you're not faced with that decision, it's easy to say, "Oh, I'm going to remove the subsidy in a systematic form." No, I believe stemming it out completely. And I know it was brutal, and I know people were hurt because of that. That's the only way you could stem that corruption in that subsidy. So I don't agree with what he's saying here, because number one, people have tried it. I mean, Buhari, who we thought was this less corrupt guy, subsidy became worse even under his own presidency.
The price will come down immediately. What has been happening is higher prices, not that they gave any subsidy whatsoever. Incompetence and corruption is what has been happening.
No. When you do the maths, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. When you do the maths, there's actually subsidy. Let's not fool ourselves. Even use normal purchasing power parity, use normal exchange rate. It's just it. The price, and again, when you even look at the price globally, Nigeria price as it is today is still lower when you match it. Now, you could argue that, oh, what about the standard of living in this area, in that country, or this other country? That's not the case, because the case is this. The base, which is the crude oil, already has a base price. So even if your salary is lower, the crude oil that is being processed in Nigeria is approximately the same crude oil that is being produced anywhere in the world. With Nigerian own, I would even argue, should be more expensive because of the quality of our crude oil.
In the first place. Why? oil is our product that is running like water for us. Your own is just to scoop it. And rather than scooping it and boiling it, look, refining is one of the cheapest, the easiest thing to do. Why am I saying this? If all these young boys in the Niger Delta has acquired the technology and they are refining oil in their backyard, and we don't have any cry that there is fake oil, that means Nigerians have acquired the know-how to refine oil. Rather than empowering these children, telling them come out, teaching them how to do things without pollution, so that you will have refineries everywhere like we used to have it in the Southeast those days, those of palm oil. Every home was producer of oil. That was why it was surplus and was sustaining the. What is wrong in making oil the same thing? Teaching them the technology. It is their product. They are entitled to benefit from it.
Well, I kind of agree with what he's saying here because, again, I've been saying it. Dangote Refinery, and I know that there's this guy, what's it called? Is it Rabiu, the chairman of BUA, right? I see he's also building a refinery. I agree that you should have other players in that industry. It's a security risk to have just Dangote himself, just Dangote alone producing oil. But again, I give it to him because he's the one that has really embarked on that Gangantom project. But I also agree that you should allow other players into the field. Because right now, Dangote sacks 800 workers. The whole country has to go to a standstill because of Penguson and Dangote's fights. I'm still thinking you should have more players. After that BUA guy does his own refinery, I think other people should even come into the refinery business. That would really help. Again, I won't be dependent on just one man. Because Dangote can be annoyed one day and say, you know what, I'm to hell with Nigeria. He's a capitalist. And naturally, he's expected to pursue maximum profits. So again, I agree that you need to liberalize the industry. Maybe not as, having other people not as big as Dangote, but people that can still come in to produce.
And now, the government will withdraw giving people licenses to refine oil.
Mm-hmm.
The government will monopolize the whole refineries and be spending billions of dollars, including this government that is not working. That is what is making the price of oil to go high. You're importing all the oil you need, and you're doing it in dollars. The prices will go high, so you are not giving subsidy. Nigerians are paying for the incompetence and corruption of the ruling class. So what was I preaching for? Remove that incompetence. How? Privatize the refineries if you cannot repair them. And when you sell the 4 refineries to 4 different people, you have had 4 competitors. Now you did not do it. Dangote now came in, and all the refineries have crumbled. And then you're saying he's a monopolist. No. Dangote is a smart person. He's just doing what we were taught to do when I was reading business administration. Come out to the system, identify a problem, and bring solution, and you become a billionaire.
100%.
You become a trillionaire. So what Dangote does, being a smart business person, a Nigerian one for that matter, he will come and identify a problem. He knows that because of the incompetence and corruption of the government, they will never be able to repair those refineries.
Yeah.
So when he wanted to buy the refineries, the federal government had already sold it to him. And incompetently, they reversed it. Since they sold it to him and reversed it, from about 2007, those refineries have still been in a state of disrepair, and Nigeria has spent almost more than $18 billion or more than $10 billion trying to repair them. And the money he used to build one of the largest refineries on earth is even smaller than if you check all the total money that have been pumping into those refineries to repair them. Corruption. This is what is making the price of your oil to be high.
I agree.
When they do all those corruption, when they are now importing, when Nigeria is consuming like 30 million liters, they will say it's 60 million liters. That is what is making
Yeah,
and it's
fair
the people
enough.
that are paying for
Yeah,
all
fair
the
enough. Yeah,
subsidy. That
yeah.
is what is making, purportedly making those subsidies. When you remove those things, assuming that we have now 5 major competitors like Dangote, that's when you will know that the Dangote will be selling that oil even 300 naira.
No, I don't think you're gonna have a 300 per liter. Stop the cap, bro. Stop the no. Yeah, you can't, because like I said again, there's a base. There's a base. The base is what's the price, of even the crude oil itself. Crude oil itself is not, you don't just determine it anyhow, it's determined based on the global market rates. Now, what you're going to be having is certain fluctuation where the price goes down, then the price goes up depending on the crude oil price. But again, it won't be as expensive, maybe, as it is today, but then you can't have a 300. I mean, do the maths, right? You're gonna refine this oil, you're gonna transport it, and all of that. Again, the only way you can have it at 300 is if the government comes in and starts subsidizing. And I don't think subsidy is the way to go. I had one presidential candidate, although it doesn't really matter, Dumebi or so, saying that, well, he's going to bring back subsidy. You're going to bring back subsidy? You're going to bring back subsidy after all what Nigeria has gone through? After all, because the corrupt elements, they've not gone to sleep. They're still there. You bring it back, they're going to devise a new way to make more demands on the government. And you may say, okay, fine, start pursuing them, start, jailing them. That's also a thing. But what then happens? Then you're going to just change your focus on that. Better thing is eliminate it. Let the forces of market and supply, do its job. Increase the wages of people that are working, and let people run, on a fair market basis. And the extreme poor in the society find one way or the other to also have social programs. But then that also has to be monitored, because over time, even the people themselves are also part of the problem. People coming to declare that they're poor when they're not, just to benefit from the government. It happens everywhere in the world.
What happened? Because just look at what is happening in telecommunication industry. When Nigeria wanted to start telecommunication industry, people were paying us billions of dollars to get the license, because they know that we have the market. Mm-hmm. And when they got the license, they did what we did. They established telecommunication industry. Till today, the cost of our data, telecommunication, has not gone haywire relative to the economic environment. But the fuel, the oil that we have in our own land, somebody will tell you subsidy. There's nothing like subsidy in the first place. It's inefficiency and corruption. So Tinubu removing oil subsidy. The first interview I granted 24 hours after removing, I said, sir, please don't. What you should do is to ensure that there are regular supply and that there is no monopoly, and the price will come down on its own.
No. Because no. So why is it? We can always talk about that. Then why is it that none other president did it? It doesn't work. Again, you see, that's the problem. When you're an Nollywood actor, you think everything is acting. Let's be realistic. Ideas are trivial. Execution is painful. Ideas are trivial. Execution is painful. And that's why, again, it becomes so difficult at times for you to just say, oh, don't let there be monopoly. The government's job is not to be producing these and picking winners or losers, although that's what we've been doing all this while. That's why we picked Dangote and gave him all the forex at a very cheap rate. It's just to create a level playing field for people with innovation to come, and then there'll be the demand and supply, interplay, and then the people benefit. At the end of the day, that's why Dangote is trying to crash the price right now. He's battling, that's a private individual. He's battling Nupeng, he's battling Pengerson, he's battling other cabals in the oil industry. So what are we talking about? So I think removal was the right thing to do.
Because get another Dangote, get 2 more Dangote, supply crude oil to them, and Nigeria will become net exporters of fuel, and the price will come down on its own. That's market forces.
So now, just to put again, we're now exporting fuel. Okay, to be honest with you, we're now exporting fuel.
So let them not bamboozle you what Tinubu did, and I'll tell you how Tinubu operates. Why I say he's serving the powerful, not the people. When they want to take policy, what they are looking for is how much money will it give us? How much revenue? Not how will it conduce to the welfare of the people. The broadcast is the third time, meaning he's approaching his third year in office. And some dimwits are still telling you that the administration is too young. 4 years is the term of office. Any policy that 100 days after you proclaim that policy, that people have not started seeing the fruit of it, is a scam.
Whoa.
Is a sham. When he removed that purported subsidy, I said, sir, this is unsustainable. And that is what is happening. You know, when they say Nigerian economy is stable, with profound respect, it's not true. Nigerian economy is not stable. Nigerian economy is stagnant. These are two different things. Why am I saying it's not stable? If it is stable, why would ASU be threatening to go on strike, or they're on strike? If it is stable, why would health officials, doctors and nurses, be going on strike? If it is stable, why is Dangote and Pengasin trying to kill themselves in the oil that we produce? No, it's not stable.
And my guy is just blowing hot. Yeah, no. So stability, is subject to interpretation. There is no economy in this world where you won't have all of those, wildfires once in a while. But instability was actually mentioned. It talked about the FX rate. Okay, look at that. We remembered when people were saying that hold your dollar close. It's been stable for a while. When it comes to what's it called again? When it comes to the Nigerian Stock Exchange market, for the first time after a long while, you now see the NSE index showing a substantial gain that outbeats Obasanjo, at Buhari, and even Jonathan's era. Real recovery in that sector, on that side of things. So the IMF also has come out to say, at least those ones are not APC members, they're saying that now it's stable and is recovering fast. So again, let's not be sentimental about things. Let's just say it the way it is. Are we out of the woods yet? No. Is everything now better? Is things going the way it should go? Well, there are still issues. Security is a bigger problem. That would impact foreign direct investment. Interest rates are still high. I would love to see it below double digits. Those are the things that you're going to look into. That would say it's going to turbocharge the economy. But again, in terms of revenue generation, what the governors are getting right now, and that's why, they could easily come and say we're going to increase salaries and all that, is because of the subsidy that was removed. Let's not just be too emotional. And again, execution is key. I mean, it's easy to say something. When you get there, it's not easy. It's easy to say you're going to change everything, but when Obina gets to a political party and doesn't even understand how to run it, it becomes a bigger problem. Okay? So again, I'm saying that you can always badmouth this government with respect to what they're doing, but at the same time also there are wins, and there are places that I would say that we don't have clear wins, that maybe is lost, but it is what it is.
The hunger and hardship is increasing. It is stagnant. When you see Naira, they say it is stabilizing at 1,400. Shame unto you. Naira that you met 400 and something Naira. You're saying it is stable at 1,400, 1,500. It reached 1,800. No. Stability has to do that with the fact that you're coming to the desired level of value that you want. The whole world say Naira is undervalued.
Stability doesn't come to the value that you want. Stability means that there is a sustainable reduction in the fluctuation in prices. What you want has nothing to do with the demand and supply in the market. Prices will respond to forces of demand and supply. And if your forces of demand and supply has been, in a way, artificially kept low because you're subsidizing FX, and you have 5 different rates, one for those that want to import, one for those that want to travel for health reasons, one for those that want to go to school, another for those that just need dollars, and then the black market that would then tell you the reality When you put all of those together, you can't tell me that they met FX at 400. The met FX at 400 was a fraudulent rate that CBN and the banks and the politicians were using to swindle Nigerians. Whatever happened before Tinubu, like the Buhari's regime, Jonathan's regime, it was all catastrophic. Let's be sincere with ourselves. If we want to be fair, it was really catastrophic because how can you even say you had 5 exchange rates for one symbol of currency, naira? So again, it's better that people educate themselves when it comes to economics, else you just be using emotions and be lying to people when you come online to kind of rubbish yourself because you don't even understand what you're talking about.
There is nothing with good policy that would have made naira to climb above 1,000 naira. Imagine Sefa being more powerful than naira, and you're saying the economy is stable. No, the economy is stagnant. It has come to that level, and because they lack innovation, they are borrowing everything they need. No innovation, no development of the economy. It has stagnated. If it is stable, then it has come to a level where people will no longer be hungry, or where things will not be hard.
No. That has nothing to do with hunger, and that has nothing to do with stability. You can say that in the long run, it helps, or you could say because there's hunger, people start to join bandits, and then it affects economy, and then there's now fluctuation. But you can't just tell me that because people are hungry because certain elements in the government for the past how many years, 30, 40 years, have been destroying the country. This is the first time someone is even saying, let's put all those reforms to work. Let's see how far we can go. Let the economy play on a level playing field. Don't let it be that when Dangote needs dollar, then it can get it at $300, 300 naira. But when I need dollars, I have to get it at 1,005. And that being said, the foreign reserves was at $4 billion. It was low. We couldn't even meet our obligations. And we were priding ourselves that naira to this was still 400. Nobody was getting dollars at 400 naira. It was only the powerful that was getting dollars at 400 naira. So let's not be sentimental, okay?
But because it's stagnated, people are suffering. So there is nothing in that speech except propaganda. He has borrowed Nigeria into slavery. There's one thing he said in that speech. He said he inherited near collapse economy. Please, compared to what you inherited and what we are seeing now, what you inherited is a paradise economy. The total debt then was some 7 trillion naira. He's talking about ways and means. They borrowed like 22 trillion naira or so, which they produced as in locally, as in central bank. Please, last year alone, Tinubu has borrowed 21 point something billion dollars. Compare it. They want to push all the blame to Buhari. Buhari maintained subsidy and Naira maintained the value at 420 till he left. And you're saying you inherited near collapse economy when Jonathan removed?
No. Is this your argument that the economy was not near collapse and that Buhari maintained the naira at 400? Is this your argument? If this is what you're putting to the public, can I trust your argument when it comes to 2027? Because I know that you're now fully supportive of Atiku's ambition. And I have a problem with Atiku. Because there's nothing really significant that I can point to him for all the years he was in government. Is this your argument that the economy was stable with Buhari not having a clue as to how to reform the country? And that Buhari kept the economy stable? I don't want to go into what Buhari did. Is this your argument? Because if this is your argument, then I have a problem with your advice to the Nigerian people as to the way forward. Because I knew that Nigeria was at the brink of collapse when Buhari was there. Because they didn't even have a clue about economics. He didn't even have a clue about security. He didn't even have a clue about a lot of things. So you're now telling us that Buhari actually left a stable economy? Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to talk about anymore.
Subsidy partially, he established Shopee. When Abacha removed subsidy partially, he established PTF. And what they were using it for, we know. When Tinubu removed subsidy completely, he established no developmental program. What are they using it for? Awarding a contract for 15 trillion naira, where himself and his family has interest to their friends.
Well,
And you're
I
saying
agree with
he
that one.
inherited near collapse economy? And
No,
you're
he did.
using money
He
to
did
buy
inherit
private
near
jets,
collapse
150
economy, young
billion
man.
naira, and you're driving on Cadillac Beast. Please, did your predecessor drive on such cars? Did they ride on such plane?
He has
That
a
is
point
what
here.
is killing our economy.
I wouldn't argue. He has a point here. The level of austerity that Nigerians are facing is massive. But when you look at the National Assembly, when you look at the executive, the flamboyant lifestyle has not even been controlled at all. And again, that's Tinubu's habit for you. The guy likes to spend. He doesn't think about I'm spending this much. His own idea is that I can triple these monies. I can make this money times 10. That's where he looks at it. So again, I understand where he's coming from. But that being said, you can't ask people to fasten their belt. And then you yourself, you're not showing by example. And in this regards, I agree
Did
with
not
Kenneth.
inherit near collapse economy, sir. You are collapsing the economy through profligacy. He's running the highest bureaucracy in Nigeria. This is the person that is telling you he inherited a near collapse economy is employing 48 ministers. And he inherited a near collapse economy. And more than half of the ministers, more than 2/3 are doing nothing.
I agree.
And this is the person.
I agree.
who is
A lot
telling
of those ministers are.
He's the most profligate president. He has spent more nourishing his empire. And he's telling you he inherited near collapse. No, it is now that we are trying to collapse with the debt of 150 trillion naira and no productivity. Let them tell me one product Nigeria is producing that we are boasting that we are exporting. They say non-export has increased. This and that. No, the revenue.
Oh my, this guy they blow out.
That has increased came from the extortion of the Nigerian people. So that broadcast for me.
But there was something he said. He said that the worst is over. That yesterday's pains are gone, and now the pains are giving room to relief.
The minimum wage is still 70,000 naira. At the cost of 1,500 naira, that should be about $45 a month. Not up to $2 a day. $2 a day is the level they will say people are not in abject poverty. So please, what pain has relieved? Help me. Dangote is threatening is going to increase the price of fuel. We are buying it almost 1,000 naira. It has not reduced. So please, which pain has increased? A young girl fell from the 2-story building and died. And there was no adequate rush for medication for security people available to take any instant action because of insecurity. Which pain has reduced? Is it in the economy or where? So that is propaganda. The truth is that the pain is increasing. Look at the young boys that are dying out of heart attack. Heart attack used to be things for old people. Now it's now prevalent among young people. What do you think is killing them? Bad economy, failing economy, no education. He even said that people now have more access to education. These are not, sorry, Mr. President. Rich people have more access to education. The poor people, you are still lending them money, not even building education. If you go to some universities, some college of education, some you will be embarrassed. So please, except in their papers, I have not seen anything. Say the worst is over. Please, is it in insecurity? In Benue State, people are still being killed as I'm talking to you. In Plateau State, people are still being killed to the point that there was time they rioted that they don't even want the army because they don't even know what the army is doing again. They rioted recently. What happened with?
Did you guys hear the what happened in Kwara State? I mean, it allegedly they said that the armies went to those vigilantes that were securing Kwara, the Okeodo stuff, and then they said that they took all their weapons. Allegedly, that there was actually an helicopter that came to drop people, and those guys started firing at them. That's crazy. That's why I don't know. For security, I ranked Tinubu 0. I mean, I know the military guys in the forefront, they're doing their best. But in terms of the strategy level, I'm kind of a little bit, angry with how this thing has been allowed to fester.
That young lady happened in Abuja. Insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
Is it in Zamfara? Is it in Katsina? Is it in the southeast? Is it in the southwest? In the southwest, they are crying practically to eat food. Which turn are you talking about? Okay, do you want to talk about Tinubu's respect for rule of law? You will be embarrassed. Look at what's happening in Osun State. Tinubu went to court and obtained the judgment of the Supreme Court that they were going to start transferring the local government money directly to them. 1 year after that, they have not implemented it.
Yeah, but they said those guys are on strike. That's why. I mean, that's Osun, but every other local government should be having their monies, right? For every other state. So what are you talking about? That's just one state. So you can't tell me that you use that state and then just make assumption about the whole other country. Okay? So again, I mean, you yourself, you're trying to get into some level of propaganda here.
You got that? And in Osun State, the APC local government chairman, they want to give them the money in the account that they opened for themselves. Local government chairman. Meanwhile, the government was giving an excuse that they've not opened the account. They will not talk. I said, look, this government is very unserious.
I agree in a way.
So all these things you're hearing is propaganda meant to bewitch. Nothing that is true. Let me ask you in all honesty, has your life improved? Now, have you had a turning point in your salary or in the value of it or in the profit you're making from your business? If the answer is no, there is no turning point yet.
Wow.
J&J,
wow,
Johnson & Johnson, the pharmaceutical company, just left Nigeria. Just left Nigeria weeks ago. So how many of the expatriate companies are? They can only come when our raw materials, God giving something, that's what they're looking for. Maybe to mine, to do this, because that one is coming from the soil. When other countries are talking about AI, we're talking about survival.
Related to that, how will you describe the state of the Nigerian economy?
Failed. One word. Failed. Because
I don't even know what to say.
the most natural product that we have flowing like a river, people are fighting to kill themselves. You can see in the oil. Oil alone. If we can refine oil alone and all its subsidiaries, all the products that you can get, if you can get them alone and export them, we'll still be #1 nation on earth. Just look at Dangote that has not lasted up to a year. We are now the net exporters of jet fuel to advanced countries. I feel so proud.
Oh, wait. In the same economy, that you said is collapsing, you feel so proud because of Dangote. So again, your argument is getting contradictory here.
Told them to prepare before Dangote comes in. Otherwise, we will be facing the same problem as if Dangote was not existing. I said if Dangote comes in, the price of fuel will still not be cheaper. What is happening now? Why did I say so?
No, because that's the regulation. You don't expect the price of fuel to be cheaper now, right? It's the regulation. When it removed that subsidy, it says that let the market determine the price of fuel. Now, you could talk about bringing efficiency, competition, and all that, but that would still be the demand, the forces of demand and supply in the marketplace. So again, I don't understand why you were saying people were saying it was going to be cheaper, but that was low IQ argument. It wasn't meant going to be cheaper. It was meant to be that Dangote comes in and then it actually, based on demand and supply, face the same thing and let other people import if they want to import oil. Whichever way is more efficient should be the one that definitely outlasts the other. And that was what we're trying to talk about. Nobody was saying that price of oil will be cheaper. The regulation means that now the market forces determines the price.
Because what we are suffering is cost of production induced inflation, not demand pull inflation. Now, there is an inelastic demand when it has to do with oil. In other words, no matter the price, the demand will be the same. So, but when cost of production is high, there is no way you will sell at a lower price. Otherwise, you fold up. So Dangote cannot sell at a lower price because his cost of production is high. Yet, this government, rather than doing things to reduce cost of production, they are doing things to discourage demand, meaning we are suffering from stagflation. The price.
Oh my God, this guy is just it's just balling. Yeah. You say one thing, you contradict yourself with something else. So you're saying Dangote's production price is higher, that's why you cannot reduce the price, but you want the government to sell petrol at a lower price. Like, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't. Like, it's not even consistently logical, at this point.
Prices of goods are high and there is no money to buy. Stagflation is one of the worst situations that you can be in. That's why I said Nigerian economy is stagnated, because we are suffering stagflation. The goods are high and there is no money to buy. That's why the companies are falling like pack of cards. If Dangote was not the richest man in Africa, his company would have collapsed. But he has what it takes to sustain it, to do the fight. And that's why he's surviving. So, the economy of Nigeria now has failed. You will see.
I'm sorry, I can't see some of the chats. I would have been responding. I'll try to fix that. So I'm getting notifications that there are a lot of chats coming in. I'll try and fix that. Sorry about that.
You see, can you imagine Tinubu is saying he inherited a near collapse economy? Assuming another president comes in now and is inheriting the indices of Tinubu, that is a collapsed economy. Because you, Tinubu, inherited 77 trillion naira in national debt. He's going to inherit 150 trillion naira in national debt. Which one is collapsible more than the other? You, Tinubu, inherited 195 naira PMS per liter. The president, whoever is taking over, because he's a one-term president, Tinubu is a one-term president, will inherit almost 1,000 naira per liter. Which one is more collapsible? In security, in economy, in respect for rule of law? Zero. And you're saying you inherited a near. When you want to make such statement, wait. When you have improved on what you met, that's when you can make such statement. But when it is worse, sorry, you're part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Why do you say he's a one-term president?
Of course now.
Who is he? Has an option of running for a second term.
Okay. You want me to take it geopolitical zone by geopolitical zone? Okay. Let me start from Southeast. Whoever is from the Southeast and votes again for this president is not a true son of the Southeast. And I said this without any risk.
No way. No way. So now, if you're in the Southeast and then you vote for him, you're no more a true South. Why are you bringing tribalism? I believe that the person, even if he's from the Southeast and has made up his mind that based on the metrics that I'm setting for myself, this is the person that I feel, again, his own right, his own discretion, his own decision. That's why it's called a democracy. Why would you say he's not a true son of the Southeast? What? do you mean? This is where this is the whole problem. This is the problem with Nigerian politics. Because if you go that route, and then those in the northeast also, or the north says, oh, it's this not or that not. I mean, I didn't say this not, but again, why would you do that? Why would you say that? Why?
Salvation. Why do I say this? Already, the Southeast people are feeling marginalized because they have only 5 states. And you can imagine this president that is so mean that he gave us only 2 ministers. We're entitled to 5 ministers by the Constitution.
Oh, really? Wait.
2 ministers.
2 ministers? Oh, really?
Minister of Science, Minister of Works. That's all. When this government came in, we had 4 ministers. In other places, he changed ministers. He replaced it with ministers. He changed 2 of our ministers and did not give us ministers again. We had the Minister of Women Affairs in Anambra State. Tinubu took it and did not replace it with another minister. Don't tell me Minister of State. I've told you, Minister of State is that.
This guy is a good propagandist. I thought he was accusing APC of propaganda. So I said, I just consulted. Okay, I just consulted Groks. Current ministers from Nigeria's Southeast geopolitical zone. As of October 2025, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, the Southeast zone, comprising of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo State, has the following 7 ministers in the Federal Executive Council. Look at this. Now it says, note that Uju Kennedy Ohaneye from Anambra, former Minister of Women Affairs, was discharged in October 2024 cabinet reshuffle, and no replacement from the Southeast. And no replacement from the Southeast has been appointed to that portfolio. Bianca, okay, that's late Ojuku's wife, was appointed Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in the same reshuffle and remaining in office. Now, these are the list of the ministers. David Umani, Minister of Works, Ebonyi. Okay? Uche Godstime, Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Enugu. Ikiruka Onje Jiocha, Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Abia. Doris Nkiruka Uzoka, Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, Imo State. Bianca Ojukwu, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Anambra. So why would you say that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Why would you say that there are only just 2 ministers? Because the Minister of State are not ministers? Despite the fact that this region only gave Tinubu 5% of the total votes. Rightly so, that's their decision. I'm not questioning it at all. I'm not questioning this at all. So why would you now come and say that marginalize them? There are other projects also. There have been stalwarts in the Nollywood industry that have said that they're for Tinubu. How come Owaneze, which is one of the respectable, now you could say maybe money has changed, and I've said that no Southeasterners should contest against Tinubu in 2027. Which even Southwest, I've never said nobody should contest against Tinubu. There are a lot of Southwest stalwarts that are even saying that they're for Obi, even though Obi does not even have a real political party right now. So why would you come here and lie and say just 2 ministers when there are 5 ministers?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs is one Yusuf, is Honorable Yusuf Tuga. That's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So Anambra State now has no substantive minister.
Really?
We took our Minister of Industry and Trade from Abia. Is it Abia or Imo? Did not replace it. Don't give me that thing about Minister of State. Because the Minister of Finance today is Wole Edu. So, when the opportunity came for the Abia Minister of State to be promoted to substantive Minister of Labor, because the substantive minister went back to the Senate, rejecting to be a minister, preferred to be a senator. He knows why. No, he did not even allow the Honorable Nkechi become a Nkiru, Honorable Nkiru. to become a full-fledged minister. Why? Because of hatred for Ndigo. Absolute.
Really? You're making serious allegations here, bro. These are serious allegations. That he hates the Indigo. I don't know, but it's all about calculation. If a region is not going to give him anything, in the spirit of fairness, he's giving you guys 5. Duly represented. So what are we talking about? It's not fair. And I kind of understand where it's coming from. And I kind of get it also. Remember, at the end of the day, all this is also politics. Because even the North are also complaining, which I kind of agree, that maybe they should be given more juicy position. But mind you, when Tinubu made Buhari, helped Buhari in winning, not made, but helped him in winning, to be honest with you, most of the people that Buhari nominated and gave ministerial positions were people that had either had a falling out with Tinubu. Fashola had a falling out with Tinubu. Fayemi had falling out with Tinubu. I'm serious. That's why they're not in his government now. So 2015, Tinubu actually presented Wale Edun and Cardoso to Tinubu to make them to Buhari to make them ministers. They took off all those names. I'm serious. People around Buhari ensured that no loyalists of Tinubu will be in Buhari's government. No loyalists of Tinubu will be in Buhari's government. Yeah. They did all they could to actually edge Tinubu out of the APC. So let's not talk about all this, there's problem in all this political party. There were efforts to destroy Tinubu's political ambition. What did he do? Carrot and stick. He didn't burn the whole party down like El-Rufai is doing now. El-Rufai went to Lagos in 2019 and told them that they should pursue their godfather away. So now, Tinubu is having the last laugh and everybody wants to burn the whole thing down, right? Again, his approach may not be the best. I'm not going to let him slide on that. You might contest that, but again, that's what democracy is all about. As long as it's gone within the law, it's giving you guys 5 ministers, 2 substantive, 2 minister of state. There's nothing you can hold against him. That's why when you play politics, and that's what I'm saying in the Southeast, when you play politics, you've got to understand that it's numbers. Instead, I wouldn't give him anything, and then you're saying, he should treat you guys like the crown jewel of the whole republic. I don't know. This is the real life, bro. And politics is war in a righteous way. Okay? So when you come and say he hates the Southeast, that's a very, very big allegation. And there are projects that he's doing for the Southeast as we speak that even Jonathan in his own graces didn't do. So again, we have to be cautious when we speak. We have to understand stuff when we speak, not just come out and make allegations that he hates the Southeast. I don't know, but again, it is what it is.
When he was campaigning, when he was doing his primary, he did not go to Southeast. He rather, when he finishes other zones he thought was important, now came to Abuja and say they should all come and see him.
Okay.
When he was campaigning, he said the Southeast will have soaked slice of bread. That's what they will get from. Not slice of bread, though. No. The one that is so light, you won't see it except it is soaked. To tell you the level of marginalization. After the election, he said, these people came to Lagos when they were 12 years and they didn't support us. So he had the mind to emasculate and finish the Southeast.
Wow.
And on top of it, he went for a Muslim ticket. Southeast, they are 99.9% Christians. So whoever is choosing a Muslim ticket do not have any intention to have them in the presidency for any reason. And that is why I'm saying anybody from the Southeast that is supporting Tinubu, you are an enemy. You're not a Southeast indigene. No, politics is about whoever is trying to finish your people and you're supporting the person, you are complicit. You're complicit. So, ethnically, religiously, Tinubu has excluded us from the scheme of things.
Wow.
And then you're telling me from the start. Now, the Muslim ticket, look at how it's affecting Nigeria. Even the Muslim clerics from the north have come out to say we were duped and that they will never support same-faith ticket again. Look at how it's affecting the image of Nigeria, both abroad and in Nigeria. The Christian nations are now saying it, that the Christians are persecuted. The Christians are being slaughtered. And let me tell you, they might not tell you that openly, but it's because of the Muslim ticket.
Oh, no way. No. Guy. This guy is... I hope you know what you're talking about. I hope you know what you're talking about. This is a heavy allegation saying that it's because of the Muslim tickets that Christians are being persecuted. No, it's not. Let me explain it to you. You have to understand politics. It's about the game of numbers. There was no way Tinubu would have been a president by selecting a Christian from the north. There was no way. That wouldn't pull anything. Again, it was pure numbers. Now you're saying that the Muslims in the north are angry that they were duped. Why are the Muslims in the north angry that they were duped? The Muslims in the north are angry that they were duped because the Christians in Tinubu's government have gotten so many good positions. And that's not me. Khan came out and said it, that Tinubu has made good on his promises and has given Christians juicy positions and given Christians an opportunity to excel under his administration. That is why the Muslims in the north are angry. The north are also angry because the southerners, especially those from Lagos, have gotten some juicy position as ministers. So you're conflicting both. How would the Muslim in the north be angry at the same time the Christian in the south are angry because the Christian in the south are being marginalized, but then the Muslims in the north are also angry because the Muslims are also being marginalized, that they were duped? It doesn't add up.
Because I know it. If you ask me, I'll say everybody in Nigeria is suffering insecurity problem. But when they
I agree
see
with that one.
that Christians are more than 50% of the population, and you're doing Muslim ticket, you will see Christian people saying, no, this school must have been traumatized and all that. That's why people like Atiku Abubakar, that's why they are insisting that our diversity will be respected. I'll tell you something that you may have not known. Part of the reason that Atiku Abubakar had not been president before now is his insistence on respecting our diversity. In 2007, when he contested for the president, he refused to choose a fellow Muslim to be his vice. He refused to choose Bola Tinubu to be his vice, because he said, as far as Nigeria is concerned, it must be Muslim Christian ticket. In 2015, when Buhari won in the primary election, Buhari was contemplating to choose a fellow Muslim. Buhari went to Atiku to ask for Atiku's support after the primary. Atiku told him, I will support you on one condition: you cannot choose a fellow Muslim to run. And Buhari, it was tough for him because he knew the commitment. Then after a while, he came and gave his assurance to Atiku, and Atiku Abubakar supported Buhari. So, because he is exposed, he's well traveled, he understands what it means when you have such large number of Christians and you want to create the impression that they don't matter. So now you can see how Tinubu is having problems with Muslim nations around the world because he's not performing. Muslims are being killed like chicken, and with Christian nations around the world. And you know, he has no solution to them. So coming from Southeast, you can see how Southeast people are hopeless under Tinubu. Now, you want to go to Southwest, his own people, who are the people that started crying, we are hungry? This is the government that has punished Southwest more than any other government in my life. I know the Southwest people to be people who work hard and they want to enjoy themselves after working hard. They are no longer bad doing. They are now suffer head. If you go to to Southwest now. You know, I may go Dodoni. Benny. I lived in Lagos for 17 years. We like to enjoy when I had my shops in Idumota. So when we walk in the evening, you come and see enjoyment. It is no longer there. What you are seeing is begging. This government has reduced Yoruba people to beggars. I know what I'm talking about.
That's tribalistic. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. No, that's wrong. You don't say that. Man, in this 1 hour, 22 minutes interview, a lot of crazy stuff. Tinubu has reduced Yoruba people to beggars. Wow. I mean, the bigotry is really like screaming out. Red alert. What does it mean? You don't say that. You don't.
Yoruba people that like to work hard, brilliant guys. I was taught by some very brilliant professors of Yoruba origin when I was reading my law. I so much like these people. Now Tinubu has reduced them to beggars. No more Eku Bandu. Is Eku suffering? That's what is happening in Southwest now. And he wants the Southwest to come and vote for him. Of course, they didn't even vote. Lagos State did not even vote for him in 2023. I believe that the other Southwest states will join up and remove this man. They are suffering. If you go inside the villages in Yoruba land, you will cry. And I know what I'm talking about. Let them prove me wrong. Are you talking about the North Central? No. Let's finish the South. Are you talking about South? Tinubu openly robbed Rivers State of 6 months of the leadership they elected by themselves. Tell me any zone after going through what Rivers State went through. 6 months of their resources being carted away by strangers. All the projects meant to at least assuage the level of suffering in Nigeria that Governor Fubara had brought up for Rivers State. Tinubu just suspended it, suspended the leaders, threw them out for nothing, and brought a stranger to start destroying the resources of Rivers State. You're from such zones outside, and you're thinking, is something wrong with you? Are you talking about North Central? You're from Benue, you're from Plateau, you're from Taraba, which is going down to Northeast, and you're suffering this level of insecurity. Look at Kwara State now. You're talking about insurgency, they're now bombing. These are places that used to be peaceful.
Enough.
Look at Kogi. Look at Niger. Even natural disaster like flood will claim hundreds in Niger. Now in Abuja, you can see how a young lady fell and died. Insecurity everywhere. Insensitivity everywhere. Natural disaster, the government will display insensitivity. Insecurity, the government will display incompetence. Throughout North Central, it has been one tragedy or the other. That each succeeding event now is continually becoming a harbinger of disaster. Tell me who is in North Central that will remember Tinubu in 2027? You want to doubt me that he's not a one-term president?
So the party, okay, again, to be honest with you, I get where you're coming from, the suffering and all that. When it comes to election, the data says something different. If it's about suffering, it's about people not doing stuff. Even with the Naira note policy that was done by Emefiele, still had Tinubu winning. Again, you could say it was, that what happened then was rigging and all that. I'm saying, what are you guys going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You can always come and give excuses. Right now, the opposition parties in disarray. The parties, PDP, LP, ADC, SDP, and the one for Showore, maybe AAC or whatever. 5 parties no unity of purpose, no unity of direction, nothing whatsoever is working from the opposition side of things. And you think that when it's time for elections, that you guys automatically are going to win. You said it's going to be a one-time president. Okay, that's fine. Do you know that El-Rufai also said the same thing a few weeks ago? He said Tinubu is going to be a one-time president. In fact, he said Tinubu is not going to be second, Tinubu is going to be third. Now, by the time the votes comes from Kaduna, the vote comes from Kano, the votes comes from here and there, it's going to be a one-time president. I said, that's fine. Okay, fine. You have, the right to your own assertions. And just a week after when he said Tinubu is going to be third, that's El-Rufai. He came back and said, Tinubu wants to be a lifetime president. Bro, you said he was going to be third. He was not going to win. So which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it going to be third or is it going to be a lifetime president? Because the opposition party is in disarray in Nigeria. You're not even providing correct opposition politics as we speak. You can't run a political party, but you want people to give you the whole country to rule over. It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
If there is anything like half-term president, some APC members vowed with their blood. Some of them have even died. And even in their dying wish, they were saying Tinubu is a one-term president. And I'm talking about people like Jesus Onokpasa. He came out, even when he was dying, he was saying Tinubu will be a one-term president.
No, Jesus Onokpasa, the late guy, I really sympathized with him. The issue he had with the presidency was that he worked for Tinubu's emergence as the president and nothing was given to him. That was what Jesus Onokpasa's problem was. Let's forget about all this story. If El-Rufai had been given ministerial position, would he have come out to say this administration is bad? You see, that's the problem that I have. Is you have to maintain a position when you're in politics. You cannot be mixing stuff. Onokpasa's position was that Tinubu's government abandoned him when he needed them the most. And he said it that he worked for the president and there was hunger, and at this time the president is going to be one term. So again, that's it.
I'm sure in the spirit world now, as a spirit, I'm sure he's fighting to make sure that Tinubu is a one-term president. APC member. Look at what's happening. You want to talk about Northwest? I told you about Zamfara and Katsina. People massacred during the time of worship. Killed. Muslims, so. And this is the man who used Muslim ticket to beguile them. Most of the votes that he got, that he's purporting that he won the election, came from Northwest. Look at what they are going through now. Is it the Northwest that will come to support him? I don't talk about Northeast. The governor of Borno has cried and cried, screamed, please don't take the resources they are using to fight insurgents. Insurgency is still there. And now you can see the resurgence of the insurgency. Killing farmers. The last time I heard 73 killed. This is because we have become numb to the number of deaths under Tinubu's regime. Northeast. Look at it. Nowhere is safe. So who is it that will vote for Tinubu? Please let me know. Let me know. So if there is anything like half-term president, that's what he would have been. But no, the worst he can be is one-term president.
Okay, you're related to Rivers State. Now that the president has called off the state of emergency in Rivers State, was this justification enough to suspend the governor, suspend the state assembly? And what should the governor do? Should he take legal action? And as a member of the bar, how do you feel that the Supreme Court has also not adjudicated on the issue of the PDP governors that went to court over the emergency rule in Rivers State?
It's quite unfortunate. As a lawyer, I am not proud of what the Supreme Court did, because rule of law means that the court should always rise up to interpret the provisions of the Constitution to add value to our democracy. And the court, having not seized the opportunity, 90 days, 6 months is 180 days. That is the time that Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court combined, it is still more time that an election petition is decided. The appeal for an election decision is 60 days at the Court of Appeal, 60 days at the Supreme Court, and 480 days, that's 6 months, Supreme Court could not take up a case that would have threatened the fabric of our democracy to adjudicate on it, so that future presidents, because if you give a president the power that he can remove the elected representatives of the federating unit, democracy is gone.
I agree.
Opposition is gone.
I agree.
Because once a president wants to capture a state, he will just declare a state of emergency. State of emergency is for disasters. State of emergency is for invasion, is for wars, is for anything that needs extraordinary measure to occur. It has nothing to do with elected representatives of the people.
Fair enough.
Anything that touches elected representatives of the people is a martial law, not a constitutional change. The Constitution is very clear. Section 1, subsection 2, that the Federal Republic of Nigeria or any part thereof shall not be governed by any person or any group of persons. Neither shall any such people take control of such government, except in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. And the Constitution is very clear that it is through democratic principle. Section 14, subsection 1, Nigeria is a state that should be democratic. Clear. And accordingly, sovereignty belongs to the people. So, Rivers State people, having expressed their sovereignty and chosen their elected leaders, where did this president get the power to suspend elected representatives? I agree completely with the vice president, Shetima. And the president does not have the power to suspend a councillor. So if the vice president of Tinubu would tell you president does not have power to suspend a councillor, where did the president get the power to suspend a governor? House of...
I read in the news today that the Supreme Court dismissed that lawsuit. I'm going to look at that after this interview.
Assembly members. Where? The 305. Section 305 is very clear. Section 45 is very clear. Section 11 is very clear. What you can suspend is the fundamental human rights during the time of emergency. And the truth is that you're not even suspending it. You're trying to ensure it. Let me put it this way. You are a natural disaster going on, flood that will kill people. You will tell them they must not leave their house, and you enforce it. Why? You are infringing on their freedom of movement in order to save their lives. So which one is better? That is just what restriction of 305 permits the president to do. And do you know that it is the president that has the duty to secure lives and property in Nigeria? No state has power for any state police. When Tinubu was in power, Dele Alake, and I will still be saying this because I liked what he did so much that when I met him personally, I said, Dele, thank you for doing this. Dele told President Obasanjo, you cannot declare state of emergency in Lagos State because of the issue of security. Because, Mr. President, the issue of security is your duty, not the duty of Lagos State. So how can Tinubu declare state of emergency and remove elected representatives in Rivers State based on issue of security when that is his own duty, when he has the sole command of all the security forces? Okay, now let me ask. When Tinubu took over the government of Rivers State for 6 months, how many of the criminals that vandalized pipelines were arrested? How many?
I agree with him on this one. And again, you could argue for or against depending on where you deem fit. But just to remind you also in this issue, Fubara himself came out to praise the president. The guy that was suspended, though, came out to say, thank you, Mr. President, you did the right thing. Because Wike already had him on the chopping block. So should the president have waited for everything to be in disarray, or should the president have acted? I mean, there are two schools of thought One is that, you know what, let it fall wherever it wants to fall. If Fubara is gone, it's gone, so be it. The rule of law must be maintained, and as the rule of law says, you don't have the power to remove it. Then again, the question is, how come the president removed Fubara when there are a lot of states in the country that are going through worse scenarios? Right? Why should you remove that of Rivers when you had all this Northwest, you had Benue State, you have all of those states that were having issues? The reason is this: Tinubu is interested in the money, in the oil, doesn't really care. That's why I didn't really even give a damn what was happening in the Southeast until recently, which I faulted him. That, see, number one, you can't have a space in your country under the occupancy of bandits. So how come you gave River State utmost care? And because there were agitations that are going to start blowing pipelines, you quickly remove the governor. But then you have the whole Southeast doing sit at home one day of the week. You have a whole lot of Northwest having issues, and you didn't do anything. Northeast having issues also, you didn't do anything. So I kind of agree that, you can argue for or against.
A military man went there with all the military boots on ground. They could not arrest one person. But they blamed Fubara that Fubara was, according to the Attorney General, he has blown the whistle to his followers that will blow pipelines. Where are the pipelines blown? Where are the people that blew it? Hoax, propaganda, deceit, enchantment.
Well, you didn't get a security update. So again, I don't know why, again, you could argue for or against. On this one, to be honest with you, I wouldn't say Tinubu is totally wrong, and I won't say he's right. Unfortunately, I cannot get where it's coming from. If he had not intervened, Fubara would be gone today. And maybe that's the right thing in a democracy, and then you have more pandemonium. And then eventually you have a lot of agitations. Eventually it might lead to more chaos. Eventually you're going to declare a state of emergency. So again, we have to just be sincere with ourselves. But it is what it is.
Bewitchment, nothing else. No justification whatsoever to even declare state of emergency. Then even if you declare state of emergency, no constitutional power to remove elected representatives. And he did both. If you ask me, I'll say in my own opinion, they were targeting the resources of River State. And the mere fact that the sole administrator is even saying he cannot be probed by Rivers people is another affront to the sovereignty of the Rivers people to choose their elected representative. You came in, took their resources, and you're saying they can't ask you a question. What an insult.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no justification whatsoever to even declare state of emergency.
I agree.
The only thing I know that was happening in River State is that there was a disagreement between the governor and his godfather, which manifested in disagreement between him and the House of Assembly members. And after the Supreme Court judgment, all of them said they were going to obey the Supreme Court judgment. So what else? I would have just ended it. So, my dear, there's no justification. For me, the Supreme Court would have taken up the issue. They would have heard it. They would have made definite pronouncement, which is still not late. Because they can still, it's about interpreting the Constitution. They can still go ahead to interpret the Constitution. Let us know whether they are.
That case has been dismissed already, though. Yeah, it's been dismissed today. Today it was dismissed by the Supreme Court. Again, Tinubu won. The Jagaban won. Might not be the right thing, but again, he won. I'm not saying that I was right. I agree that he shouldn't have removed him. He should have allowed them to play their politics, because we can't be choosing winners and losers. I agree. That's why I'm saying that either way, there are arguments for both sides. But again, it's a precedence that you just want to be careful what happens with it.
Have chosen democracy or they have chosen dictatorship, because any law that gives the president the power to remove elected representatives of the people brings democracy to an end. Because whether you bring your leaders through free and fair election, the president now has the final say of who will be governor or who will be House of Assembly member. That's what it means if you say the president has power to remove elected representatives of the federating units. For me, it does not. I agree with Shetima.
So can Fubara himself go to court to challenge his removal?
I will not talk about whether he can go to court or not. I will talk about the rule of law. Fubara is entitled to his own way of how he wants his own things to be done. So, Fubara, in my own opinion, his 6 months has been illegally taken away from him. And I say he has the right to go to court to reclaim his 6 months. That's my own opinion, because Section 180, subsection 2, made it clear that the term of office of a governor is 4 years. And the Supreme Court has ruled that it's sacrosanct. That is why we have staggered elections. So if a governor is sworn in today, he would have 4 years to govern. So whether the general election is there or not, you will give him 4 years. If you take 6 months from Fubara, he now has 3 years, 6 months. And it was not his fault. At least nobody has proved that he has done anything.
Okay.
He has not waged war against the Federal Republic. There was no invasion of the Federal Republic. There was no war in Rivers State.
That's the point there.
If the 6 months was taken away from him, the Constitution says anytime it is not conducive to organize the election because of state of emergency, you shift the election by 6 months. That's what the Constitution said. So if Tinubu say it is not convenient for Fubara to govern for 6 months because of state of emergency, what it means is that you have shifted his administration by 6 months. That's my opinion. So I am not saying he should go to court or not. I'm saying, in my own opinion, he has the right to go to court to recover his 4 years. So it's left for him.
Fubara won't go to court. Let's stop the cap. He won't go to court. Right now, if he had not done the emergency stuff, if Tinubu had not done the emergency stuff, Fubara himself will be out as governor. Because it was already done. It was already out. It was Tinubu that saved him. Maybe that wasn't the right thing to do, but that was the fact of the case, okay?
Whether he wants to try that out or not. But if it's me, I will try that out.
All right, ahead of
But that's why you're not the
2027,
governor, though.
we've seen all kinds of movements. And, what's the advice for former President Goodluck Jonathan, who some northern leaders are wooing or advising him to join the race for 2027?
President Jonathan has his own opinion to make, and he's entitled to it. My own advice is that he should not even near it. My own advice. He should not even contemplate it.
Yep.
The same forces that nearly destroyed his name, clueless, this and that, when they were not in power.
Well, it was clueless.
The same forces are the ones now that are in power.
Yeah.
They would take his name to the toilets. They will roll him on the ground. I have been in politics. And of course, he is very vulnerable because he has been a former president. And he went against certain conventions and certain norms. And you know what? Jonathan almost governed for 6 years. People like us that are saying that we want the tenure to change to become one tenure for the president for 6 years. Then how would I now begin to say that he should be given an opportunity to now maybe govern for going to how many years?
That would be 10.
Almost 10 years, assuming he has another 10. Because he governed for almost 6 years. So, if I were in his position, now that I've acquired the status of international statesman, like the wife said, what is he going back to do? Are you trying to say there are no other Nigerians that can rescue Nigeria? Anybody telling you to come back is trying to use your goodwill now to make a political party to survive. I heard Jerry Ghana saying EDP will bring him. EDP is gasping for life. So they want to use somebody's goodwill to know whether they can escape 2027 because they know that they are dead already. So, but if a Jonathan comes in, they will still be, as in making noise. They know he will not win. It's very settled. Why? Because he's from the south. So you cannot use a southerner, in my own opinion, to defeat a Tinubu now. It will be very difficult because if there is no northerner, for instance, that is contested, Tinubu will just buy up the whole north, give them all phony appointments, and they will not have any dog in the fight, and all of them will vote for him because they will say, oh, he will have only 4 years to to stay. But if there is a northerner, whether he wins or not, there will be a contest because they will have an interest in it. That was what Tinubu did to Jonathan in 2015. Went and brought in a northerner and used him to cause a disruptive change to remove Jonathan. So I will advise Jonathan, if I were him, I will not run because they would roll him in the mud. They would destroy him so much that he will regret he ever even contemplated it. He's enjoying his life so much now. If Jonathan travels to any country, he's more respected than Tinubu. So what is he looking for in Tinubu's job? For me, Jonathan now has more international credibility than Tinubu. So what is he looking in Tinubu's job? He has been a former president with all the respect and all the accolades and all the paraphernalia of a former president. So if I were him, I wouldn't even think of it. There was a time I actually thought about Jonathan too. But after a while, after real close thinking, I'm like, no. It will be a minus for him. Especially after the wife, made some public comments. I think I agree with the wife on that.
What is the state of international relations with Nigeria currently?
Disaster.
Wow.
It's no longer any news that Nigeria is not having a very smooth relationship with America.
Why so?
America is the most powerful nation on earth, at least today. And I heard Tinubu saying he doesn't care what Donald Trump does. And I'm like, did I hear well? There is no head of state that has any modicum of international relations experience that will ever make such a public statement.
Maybe it's the right statement to make when you have Donald Trump fighting for America and saying American fault. Then maybe Tinubu also is like, okay, fine, I'm going to focus on Nigeria. And when Donald Trump started doing some stuff like reciprocity and started charging some rates, Nigeria also said we're going to charge the same rate, and then the United States backed down. I think that's the right thing to do. Tinubu shouldn't be a boy to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to do whatever benefits the United States of America. Tinubu should do whatever benefits Nigeria. And that's how it should be. That's how it should work. So I don't understand why that's a big problem for you. Yeah, I shouldn't really care that much what Donald Trump does if it doesn't really impact us that much. Again, it's a free market, it's a free world. What do you expect him to do? Because it's still the same set of people that would say that, we're always subjugated to the West. So if you're saying we're always subjugated to the West, and Tinubu is saying that I'm going to do my own stuff and prioritize my country, just the same way Donald Trump is prioritizing his country, I don't see any problem in that.
None. If you come to your village and there is, assuming there is a bully and he's destroying everybody, you will use wisdom when you want to address that person. No matter what you think about America, America can still keep you very uncomfortable. America,
sorry about that,
can still embarrass you like they have embarrassed Nigeria. You want to go for your visa after paying all those money, they will say 3 months, non-multiple. People who have interviews dying in American embassy, when they know they can't travel within 3 months, they will be shifting it. And you're saying you don't care what Donald Trump is doing. No, you care. The only thing that you are not
that's his opinion,
to handle somebody like Donald Trump.
No, I think
wiser leaders.
No, I don't think you should, again, Donald Trump is Donald Trump. I don't think we should. I understand that Donald Trump, the United States is the world power, and also China is also close. But I don't think we should make, we are an independent country. Yeah, in terms of the way he talks, the way Tinubu should address him, I've not seen any public statement that is antagonistic of Donald Trump. If he says that he doesn't really care, that his focus is about Nigeria, I think that's the right statement to make. Or am I not understanding something?
would have been approaching the issue with wisdom. A lot of people will now say, no, he should not submit our sovereignty to America. And who is telling him to submit our sovereignty to America? I'll be the last to advise any president not to hold his stuff when you're dealing with any nation, including America. But when I was a student, and I'm still one, of international law and diplomacy, they say in international relations, you apply tact and skill in dealing with nations and with leaders. So there's nothing like America is trying to bully Nigeria. No.
Oh, okay.
The president is just incompetent in handling international relations. And if you are a Nigerian and you're Nigerian and not in good books of the most powerful nation on earth, it's going to cost you something. Now, those people who are saying, no, maybe he's standing up to America. Okay. Assuming he has very good relations with poorer nations, with our neighbors, you will now say, okay, he's doing well there. Look at what is happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is not having good relation with Niger Republic, with Burkina Faso, with Mali. And it's because of the incompetent way he handled the change of government in Niger Republic. In international relations, they will say, use soft words, but carry big stick. But this is a Tinubu that is using tough words with no stick at all. So, propaganda. He thought he can carry his propaganda to the international level. Immediately there was a change of government. He shouted, 7 days, I give you 7 days to return the power, or you'll be thrown out. Look at him. The person that has so much insecurity in his place that is not even positioned to go to war is threatening another sovereign nation. If you don't remove your, after 7 days, what happened? Even after a while, he sent a delegation, federal government delegation, and Niger probably turned it back. Because anytime you've made a boast and you don't follow it up with action,
I agree with him
respect.
on that one.
That's why when you see great countries, they talk less and do more. Before they make any boast or any statement, they know that they have 7 times the power to carry it out. But look at you. You don't have good economy, you have insecurity problems, and you're making a boast you will throw away a government within 7 days. Immediately after that, they know that this person is just propaganda, no action. Today, ECOWAS, under his watch as chairman, has split. These are poorer nations. These are Muslim nations. These are neighboring nations. And he can't handle them. So isn't it a disaster? Because of his incompetence in dealing with that issue, the 7 states of the north bordering Niger Republic, they faced sanctions, as in they could not trade with Niger Republic for more than months. He did not consult any of the governors before cutting off from Niger Republic. West Africa is still paying the price today. It is not because of military coup. Military coup has been happening. This same President Buhari that he wants to malign everything about. There were coups that happened when Buhari was there. Buhari will look very closely and know the ones that it is those civilian heads of state that are responsible, because they were either trying to change the constitution or trying to manipulate the electoral process. Buhari said that though we do not want any military regime, so also any civilian that want to circumvent democratic process will still not be tolerated. And now, without your investigating to know whether these people still want their leaders or the civilian autocrats are rigging the election or changing the constitution, you want to bully a people into the choice of a government which you do not know whether they want. And so Nigeria is now suffering with its relationship with its neighbors because of the incompetence of this leader. So the foreign relations experience this government has been a disaster. One word. Nigeria is paying the price for it, and West Africa is paying the price for it. West Africa went and made a leader, the chairman of ECOWAS. Immediately he was elected without interviewing and interrogating his capacity on international level. So you can imagine what Tinubu did, like choosing a fellow Muslim to become his vice. When the Pope was being inaugurated, there was no Christian on the presidency, from the presidency, that could represent Nigeria. For you to know why people like Atiku are saying that Muslim Christian ticket is sacrosanct. Tinubu had to go. And when they were doing sign of the cross, if you ever tried it, you see him doing it like this. That is why our diversity is our greatest strength. That's why the Constitution said that any such association must cut across religious barriers. Section 15(3)(d).
No, but again, the Pope specifically invited him to come, and again, I've addressed this issue with respect to this Muslim ticket. I'm a Christian myself, but again, I think politically it was just an exigency that has to be taken into note. And again, that's just it. There's not really nothing much to address there. This was a very, very long interview. I got like 7 minutes more. I don't even know. Maybe I should just stop this. Okay, let me just
The
finish.
state should encourage national integration, and such associations like the presidency must cut across religious background, religious barrier. Because in section 142, the Constitution describes the vice president as an associate of the president. And that means the combination of two of them is an association. And such association must cut across religious barrier. Please don't associate me with same-faith ticket. If it is a Christian ticket, I will not vote for it, at least not for now in Nigeria. Because if they're doing anything in Mecca, they might not even allow a Christian president, vice president, Christian to even enter Mecca. That's how you diminish yourself, rather than using what you.
But again, why do we have to all these? Okay, Christian is doing this, Muslim is doing. I think at the end of the day, there are countries like China. You don't have Christians, you don't have Muslims, and they're right now. The way at which China is catching up to the U.S., even if he hasn't overtaken it in some areas, is great. So again, I don't know why. Religion is a very big thing in Nigeria. I understand, but again, why this Christian, Muslim, and all that? If they are both Christians in the ends of affairs, and the Muslim stuff is doing something, you could always have Muslims member as a delegation. There's no rule that says your president must be a Christian and then your vice must be a Christian. There's also no rule that says your president must be a Muslim and your vice must be a Muslim. Again, can we leave all this and really focus on competence? The same thing with zoning. Right? It's just, anyways.
Have a strength. People like Tinubu is using it as weakness, employing only Yoruba people, not all the Yorubas. Lagos axis of his loyalists.
I agree with that one.
Then Muslim ticket in order to deceive the Muslims so that you can win election. That's what it is.
Well, exactly, that was what it is actually. It's either you want to win elections or you don't. If Tinubu wanted to be president, there was no way he would have taken a Christian vice and would have gotten some of those votes. It doesn't work that way. To be honest with you, it wouldn't work that way because of Nigeria is entrenched with tribalism and religious reasons also in their daily life. And again, with respect to the appointments, I kind of agree with him also. Like Lagos has gotten like substantially more than any other state in the country.
You can see how international relationship and relations have been a disaster. You see him a Muslim representing Nigeria that has more than 50% population when the Vatican was being changed. Embarrassment. If he had a VP that's a Christian, it would have just been an easy thing.
But the new Pope said specifically that he wanted Tinubu to go there. That was what the Pope said. That they wanted Tinubu to be there at the Vatican right? Because he was saying that he wants to foster world unity between the Muslims and the Christians, and that was a good thing for him that he was even a Muslim that was invited. Again, I'm not into all this religion stuff, but I don't think that's a minus the way Kenneth Okonkwo is taking
You're
it.
just representing Nigeria. And everybody will be feeling sense of belonging. And no Christian nation or no nation abroad will be saying you're slaughtering Nigerian Christians in hundreds of thousands. That's the truth.
I'm a senior member of the bar.
But again, when it comes to the slaughtering and all that, the number that Bill Maher, in the journalist, not a journalist, the Nitro host, spoke about was not just during Tinubu's tenure. He pulled that number from 2009, I believe, up until date. So what happened? Because we had dual tickets under Jonathan, Christians were still being slaughtered. Under Yaradua, Christians were being slaughtered. So again, is Muslim the cause? Correlation doesn't mean causation.
And the news of the death of Arise News anchor, Somto Chukwumaduagu, that happened just a few days ago. What's your reaction to her very sudden death?
I was traumatized. You may not understand. One man that lost his child said losing a child is like somebody pulling your tooth without analgesics. You will never understand. When I lost my younger brother, that I was like a father to, I've not recovered from it till today. Paul Madabrochko. You will not understand losing a child. When that man described that thing, you will be able to understand the trauma. When I saw the father of this lady, they say he couldn't talk because of the trauma. 29-year-old lady with such level of promise. A learned gentleman. You know, we have ladies at the bar. A learned gentleman, my learned friend. At 29, the parents invested a lot into this lady. They have seen her future. Beautiful and brilliant. She was not sick as to prepare anybody that she's the pattern. And just like that, went to bed full-fledged, beautiful queen with brilliance and brains and dreams intact, only to wake up in the morning for the parents to get a call. She was not in active duty. She was not fighting Boko Haram or insurgency as to prepare anybody that anything can happen.
That's bad.
And your daughter is dead. Because of insecurity, I was traumatized because it reminded me things I didn't want to remember. You should not pray to lose a child or anybody that has ever been like a child to you. It was me, the way I'm feeling, I can imagine the way the parents are feeling. If the government has any modicum of kindness, they should be sending people every day to the parents of this young lady to be psychologists, to be making them to understand that life has not ended, because they might be thinking that they might lose interest in this life. 29 years, such a paragon, such a beauty, such a brilliant film, because there are certain jobs you can only do when you're brilliant because everybody's watching you.
I agree.
It was a very ugly experience. May I use this opportunity to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family of Somto Chukwumaduagu.
Okay.
Somewhere. It's heartbreaking. And you know, I'm a public affairs analyst. Keep meeting the likes of this kind of lady, and we appreciate their intelligence. Let me extend my condolences to her family, to her parents. Can imagine how young the parents are. They might even be my age, don't know.
Okay.
Then to the Arise television station. You know, I am like a family.
Okay,
to,
so that's
yeah.
that's that about that. I'm gonna move on right now. Yeah, so a lot has been happening. Pastor Dumeje calls Tinubu unfit businessman in Onisha Salmon. Pastor Chuku Emeka Ohen Mere, known as Dumeje, delivered a sermon on October 1 at his church, and then came and called Wu a businessman unfit for president. He contrasted Tinubu with leaders like Donald Trump, Traore, Xi Jinping, whom he described as true developers of the nation. Let me see.
Calling Tinubu president. Tinubu is a businessman. That's all. You are not a president. If you want to talk about president, you talk about Trump.
Hey.
You talk about Putin. Talk about Traore, Ibrahim Traore. You talk about China president. You talk about Korea president. These are men that we call leaders.
Really?
A young man of yesterday, a Burkina Faso, a leader. That is what I call a leader. A young man that know what I call a leadership. Not put businessmen in government, calling them leaders, calling them president, senator, governor. These are businessmen acquiring money for their future of their children, buying houses for them. Leaders develop their country. Develop their country. And when they develop their country, everybody, both their children, everybody enjoyed. Today, American leaders has already put their structure in order. Their children are enjoying it. Everybody's enjoying it.
Enjoying it. Okay, fair enough.
Putin, they have already put their country in order. Everybody's enjoying. Now, Bugari moto, Bugari sire, na ko gaga wo na internet.
Okay.
Ano katakwa for maybe Tinubu na agba Bugaro. If we ever Bugaro, that is people that don't have anything to offer.
Okay.
24 hours light. There are factories. There are companies. Those companies can never ever use Rista. They can never use Jane. Jane and Orista or whatever you call it can never carry the equipment of that factory or the company. The only thing that can carry it is NEPA. Nigeria is not there. Nigeria will never get close to the country that are talking about development. They are never near there. Nigeria is a giant of failure, not a giant of Africa. First thing.
I mean, just on a more funny note, yeah, I mean, this guy's English is beginning, although it's still there, but it's beginning to improve very well. And yeah, it's
it is 24 hours light. Second one is a good load. Why? Because there are cars. Amen. Because the investors can never manage a loft load to come to your country. The main world businessmen that are coming to invest in the country or the country that road somebody walk, fight everything possible to bring a good.
Okay. I don't have anything more to say. Let me see what people are saying. Yeah. You can also did you mind to talk too much? I keep telling you, only intellectual when traveled people will understand Tinubu's policy. You can't expect guys like this one to understand what's going on. We just need to keep enlightening. I'm telling you, the thing about Tinubu's achievement and what he's done is that it's not going to be obvious to all until maybe later. And that's why, it's impossible to hide incompetence in government. Economic reforms, I think Tinubu is okay. In terms of security, I think there's still a big problem. Okay? Yeah, that's the thing. I believe you didn't watch the press conference today. Don't speak ill about your country and our leaders. You are not being patriotic like that. Odumeje is absolutely spot on. Ignore is the menu of grammar, but he passed the sacrosanct message. Tinubu is a businessman who is in Asrock to make money and mark his personal legacy. How will a president who allegedly has many foreign refinery, one local ones to work? Nothing more. You don't talk to your president like that. We have impacted. You don't talk to your president like that. What have you impacted Nigeria as a pastor? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's him here. Okay, let me see this one. Mr. Easy, and I don't need to see this one. Oshibajo, no, I don't need to see this one. Yeah, Justin, the court has dismissed the suit challenging Tinubu over emergency rule in River State. So this was what I was talking about just a few moments ago. So James Omotosho has dismissed the suit challenging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's proclamation of a state of emergency. Wow, that's another win for Tinubu. That's another freaking win for Tinubu. The emergency declaration suspended Governor Fubara, yeah? And then the member of the State House of Assembly members. That's fine. So there was a suit filed by Belema Bridge and 4 others. The plaintiff argued that the action violated their rights. However, delivering judgment, Justice Omotosho ruled that the plaintiff lacked the legal capacity to institute the case, noting that only the Supreme Court could determine such matters. The judge further held that the plaintiff neither proved that they were members of the state executive or legislature, nor suffered any injury beyond that of the other resident. According to the ruling, the plaintiff also failed to obtain consent of the state attorney general before filing the suit. Wow. So it's not as if the justice was saying that was wrong. It was just saying that it doesn't have the capacity to decide. So is he going to actually try to appeal or write the Supreme Court to take up that case? So again, the court is not saying that Tinubu was wrong or right. The court is just saying, I'm not going to decide on this case. So that's it. So to me, I would say it's a win for the presidency. Yeah. This is one of the most divisive issue or controversial issue in this past 6 months, because both school of thoughts can argue for or against, and it is what it is. So there's this case also where Niger State governor said that they should be submitting their sermon for approval. Everyone going to sermon on Friday should bring a scripture for review. With those words, during a TVC interview, Governor Umar Bango of Niger State introduced a policy that has stirred heated debate across the state. I don't think you should be submitting your stuff. You have freedom of speech. The only thing is that if your freedom of speech is causing terrorism or is causing agitation, then the state should, within their powers, call you to order or sue you. But for you to be submitting your sermon to the governor, you're wasting public funds to actually go after leaders where you should be going after bandits and culprits. So that doesn't even make sense at all. Why would I submit my sermon to you as a governor for you to approve? That's the problem. Most of these governors don't even understand what they're doing. But it is what it is. Okay, let me move on. So another Tinubu's Buhari's project here. Okay, Baba Buhari is a legend. Kudos to Godwin, Emefiele, and the backers committee for the foresight and commitment to see this project through. Let's look at this. Okay, so apparently, this project was started. The National Theatre was opened by Bola Ahmed Tinubu after decades of closure of the iconic structure. Now, the twist to this was that Baba Tinubu had to name it after, wait for it, Wole Soyinka. Yeah, that was what he did. Named it after Wole Soyinka. And here, there's been various reactions to this. Let's see. There's been various reactions to this, and some people are like, you shouldn't have done that. Let me see if I can get that for you. Yeah, he's bragging here that I named it.
One of the most talented and creative minds, Uncle Wole Soyinka. No conspiracy anywhere. I did it. When they brought the question of renovation to my desk, I remember the journeys that we had together and the gains that I shared with you. Your contribution to our courage, nation building, freedom. Yes, in some cases, unrewarded talents is a proverb. But you are our jewel, our talent. Whether proverb or being, you are one of the greatest assets of the world, the continent, and the country, Nigeria. So it couldn't have been anything else. And I know definitely you will not disobey this president. So I say it has to be Wole Soyinka Center. They corrected my English, but culture and rename it. And I'm glad you are here tonight.
Okay. So people are not having it. Wole Soyinka was not just a national asset, but a global champion that have shaped the world in creative art, literature, and for me, it deserves the honor. I agree. Given to him by the president for renaming the National Theatre into Prof. Wole Soyinka Theatre, as that will serve as a monument to both now and future generations, stating to the legacy of our own global Nobel Prize winner, coupled with his support and commitment then in the fight to restoring democracy and civil governance. Yeah, acknowledging his profound global impact exemplifies his commitment to recognizing Nigerian intellectual giants. The National Theatre renaming symbolizes a deep respect for legacy and culture. A true leader understands the value of preserving history while building the future. Yeah, Buhari, not Tinubu, renovated it. It's a well-deserved honor. Again, you could argue for or against tribalism in action. Okay, that's fine. So they eventually renamed it after so let's see. So this was when it got to Lagos yesterday for this. Oh, this is the emir, right? Okay, yeah, that's him. Coming in. Let me see. Wole Soyinka. Let me see. I'm gonna watch this later, but let me see Wole Soyinka. Let me see if he has released any statement or if he said anything with respect to him being honored with that new center. Okay, these are the pictures. Wow, National Theatre. I mean, that place should really be busy. When I was in Lagos, you didn't really have much going on there. Yeah. So this is the interior. And then this Shoyinka himself. I mean, he really deserves it, right? I joined, this is Babatunde Sanwo-Olu. I joined His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, while at the commissioning of the Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and Creative Art, formerly known as the National Art Theatre, Igomu, Lagos. This landmark restored to its pride. Restored to its pride of place, stands as a renewed symbol of our nation's culture. I'm happy to witness its rebirth and the promise it holds for the art tourism and our future generation. Built with National Treasury Fund, now it's named after. Like, what is this? So retarded. Like, so why should they have built it with? All those who build this museum and call it National Theatre, I get no sense or sabi play politics. Wow. Okay. Well, it is what it is. People will always complain. You understand? Wow. Look at some more. Wow, this is cool. No, this is cool. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, nice stuff here. Okay. I don't even see Shoyinka himself talking. This is another view. Oh, Ben Murray Bruce was there. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, this is the unveiling being done. Or the emir is here also. Let's see. Wole Soyinka Center for Cultural and Creative Arts, National Art Theatre. The Wole Soyinka Center for this was reopened and rededicated to the people of Nigeria on the 1st October 2025 by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Reopened and rededicated, but was not renovated. So people are saying that this was renovated by Buhari. Again, yeah, that's continuity. Okay. President Federal Republic of Nigeria Bola Ahmed Tinubu commissioning this on the 1st of October. Okay, that's quite interesting. Yeah, so it is what it is. Let me see. And then more things. Peter Obi shamelessly sold out his own River State Labour Party governorship candidate just to beg Wike for support in 2023. Please give us this one and take the other ones. That's how cheaply he trades loyalty for ambition. That was the day Wike confirmed him to be a fool. What? What does that mean?
And we will not bother with you. Anybody who quarrels with you doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh.
I will not try it. I'm begging. Please, give us this one. Take all the worst one. We will come up for you.
Wow.
You know you're in charge.
Wow. So apparently this was in Port Harcourt in 2023 where he said, you know what, just take all the other posts, but just give me presidency. Well, he took other posts and he didn't give him the presidency. Yeah, exactly. One of the problems that a lot of people had with, what's it called again? With Peter Obi, especially I'm talking about the LP candidates, the gubernatorial LP candidate, was that he didn't really help to push for their campaign. Unfortunately, the president and I spoke about how to put Nigeria. So this guy, Bayo Gulesi, is one of the big players in global infrastructure. And then he had a meeting with the president also. This is Bello Osage. This was the guy that sold UBA to Elumelu. So if you don't know him, this is the guy. Elumelu was the chairman and I think was the owner of Standard Trust at some point. And then I think he did a deal with them. So this guy, I think they're coming in to see how they can help Nigeria with infrastructure. Let's see.
Mr. President, where we talked about the fundamental transformation that has happened in the last 2 years. Think about it. Removal of subsidy, tax reform. We have a refinery that's operating and exporting aviation fuel. Unification of the road ownership system. And so the next step is, how do we encourage international investment in Nigeria to drive economic growth? And I had a wonderful meeting with Mr. President, talking about exchanging ideas about how we can do that, how we can put Nigeria front and center on the map for international investments. And we had some very good suggestions and discussions about that.
Apart from the suggestions, personally, what are you bringing on board?
We're making investments in Nigeria. We explored additional opportunities. I'm not going to tell you what they are. You just wait, watch this space, you will see them. But look, Nigeria is now a place that is exciting to invest in, and that's what we talked to Mr. President about. And of course, as you would expect, he was very encouraging of international investments in Nigeria.
Okay, I'm not expecting you to tell me how that you told the president, but what sector particularly are you interested in?
Yeah, but you think about all the sectors that we invest in. Energy. So we invest in energy. We're building LNG plants in Texas. We're building LNG plants in Australia. There's gas in Nigeria. Nigeria is a huge gas province. People describe me as the guy who bought Gatwick Airport. I didn't personally buy Gatwick Airport, but the aviation sector is also an area of interest to us. I confessed to Mr. President that one of our companies has ports in Cotonou, and it has a port in Lomé, none in Nigeria. So I asked for his forgiveness and understanding, and being the gentleman that he was, he forgave me, but said, you have to bring port investment to Nigeria. So that's another area we're looking at. Renewables, that's another area. So lots of investment opportunities in Nigeria. You just have to be serious about making the right moves.
I think when Nigerians in Nigeria and when Nigerians in the diaspora invest in Nigeria, it can only be a great signal for the international community to invest in us and make our country greater. We thank President Tinubu for his policies. They have made Nigeria investable.
Okay.
We wish him all the very best, and we give every assurance to the President and every assurance to the Nigerian people that we will do our very best, and it will
done for them. You see, these are great Nigeria, and they have committed. Mr. President has given them go ahead, and the only thing I can say is the hope is very on rise.
That's that about that. I want to talk about this story, and it's let me see if I can get that story out. It has to do with these what's it called? Well, whatever. So unfortunately, this lady has been in the news again. Let's see. Wow. So this is it. I don't want to show this. But I think she did some ranting. Let me see.
Pull gate, then bury her there. Then maybe in the nearest future, maybe anybody wants to develop the land, maybe me, maybe her kids safe. It will be ready, standing by for them. I don't know how they work out. Don't go to send 20 million. If you see me that day, I want mad. If you see me that day, I want mad. Because bro, if I calculate what my sister don't chop from baby class to this Awuchi Poly where she finished, so 20 million, what will be 20 million naira? Knowing that if not we know they buy land, that was okay, cool. But I don't know who makes that negotiation. I didn't ask. I don't know, because why will I be asking? I mean, they thought they could do it better now, right? So that's not even my problem. I wanted to be very angry about that, but I decided not to be angry because not be not them. Now you open your mouth, ask. Now, when I found out 20 million, I was so pissed. Removing my sister from the mortuary, I had to now pay hundreds of thousands. Yes, I paid. I think I said, turn terror, don't worry. Japanese police, because all of them, they are blind now, they're not seeing what's happening. Not until my sister died before that fucking stupid FRUCS posted a tweet, cloud fucking chasers. This is a fucking lawless country. I'm not sure people are ready for this, except you allow us to do this and don't try to do content with my family, because that's where we are going, because that's what I see people want to do. Moving forward, we brought my sister home. I can't reach house. I'm surprised how they spend money. Why? I mean, I didn't expect it. Why they spend money? I was so, because the money not go anywhere. So I'm not going to bank on that because, I mean, it's what they demanded. Now, fast forward to 1 week later. That was like on 15th. Okay, 15 is... On 15th is the Monday of the Saturday, which is 13. I will bury her. So what do you think?
Okay, so again, I think at this point she just needs to maybe get a therapist or something, because it's not easy going through that level of loss and all that. I just feel it needs to, one way or the other, just kind of get help. Maybe see a therapist, and because it's not easy. She's going through a lot. To be honest with you, he's going through a lot, but it is what it is. Let me move on. Let's see. I want to see if I have some other stuff to do here. The worst of the economy, worse than any military regime in Nigeria. This was 10 days ago. Let me see what El Rufai needs to say.
Former, I think, Secretary to Government.
Chief of Staff.
Okay, Malam Bashir Sayedu, Malam Jafar Hussain, and Aisha Galadima. All of them were subjected to harassment.
They were in prison.
So this is a clear case of wanting to suppress democracy.
Yes, sir. It is really scary that people that claim to be Democrats or fought for democracy or even went on exile due to military rule are now using state apparatus to suppress any dissent, any disagreement, or even differences in political views. It's quite a shock. And honestly, sadly, to me, it's a disgrace. I mean, for people to behave the way they are behaving. And so it means that all the years of saying we are pro-democracy, we are Nadeco, it was all pretense, it was all fake. And all the claims that we are fighting for true federalism and so on, is all fake again. Because this government is trying to centralize everything instead of devolving power to the lower levels. So, but the sum total of this is that we are facing an evil of such a large proportion in the history of this country that if we don't all come together and end this Tinubu administration by 2027, Tinubu will try to be our Paul Biya. He will be president for life. All the signs are there. This is how Paul Biya stands.
Yes, yeah.
All the signs are there. So,
Atiku does not believe what he's saying. What do you mean, president for life? That's not possible. Again, this was El Rufai that said he was going to pursue Tinubu, that Tinubu will not even get third position. That will be struggling to get third position in 2027. Now he's saying he's going to be president for life. That's crazy.
You don't have a choice, sir. And you are our leader. You have done this fight. You have fought the military. You have experience in democratic governance. And when you and Obasanjo were in charge of this country, no one has been imprisoned because he has different political views.
Absolutely not.
You really? You better don't want to go there. You don't want to go there.
Never, not once. Even President Buhari with his military background never did that. And here we are facing full-fledged civilians. But they are worse than any military regime we've ever had.
Wow.
So, your call that we must unite is a timely one. I think the people of Nigeria have made up their minds that this government must go, APC must be voted out. What the people of Nigeria are looking forward to is us. We must provide the leadership and the unity of purpose that we've talked about. And
I thought we should, more than any other time before, we should unite and fight against, fight this government. Fight them to a point of sending them out of of governance. So I think there is need for unity because otherwise, individually and collectively, nobody is safe in this country.
Yes, sir.
So again, what does unity mean to Atiku Abubakar? Does unity mean that does unity to Atiku Abubakar means Peter Obi submits to him and run as the vice? Or does unity mean he's stepping down for Peter Obi so that Peter Obi can run as the president? What's happening? Why are you guys not coming together? One is saying that they don't want to go through the primaries. They should give them the ticket.
That's why I wanted to come and commiserate with you. Then unfortunately we had to travel.
Yes.
I hope your mom is okay now.
She is fine.
So we thank God. If we could fight the military and send them out,
yes.
There is no reason why we cannot fight these people and send them out. Remember, there is nothing to be scared of. What is it that we have not witnessed in the military? We have lost lives. We have gone to prison.
Yes.
We have gone on exile. So what else?
Nothing new.
Nothing new. So we just have to. Face them. Yeah, we have to face them and take them out. Yeah.
This looks more like a therapy session for Atiku and El-Rufai. Like, dudes, you know, the problem with Atiku was that Atiku depended on that northern strength. That was his undoing, because they were telling him, go meet all these governors that were disgruntled. He depended on that his northern strength, and then it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, let me see if there are other things to talk about. Demolition still ongoing. Okay. At the beginning of the independence, I was 16 years old. We thought Nigeria was the way to greatness. After 65, Nigeria has not gotten to where I dreamt it would be after independence, competing with the likes of Britain and let's see this.
Lagos. I was one of two children that were sent from our college in the Benue State. I was then a student of St. Michael's Secondary School, Alede. Two of us were put on the lorry to go to Lagos and be there for the independence of Nigeria, 1960. I was in Form 4. And I was 16 years old.
Wow.
Very.
I think he has aged gracefully. 65 plus 16. That's 81, right? Yeah, that's 81. And his age
young,
gracefully.
but old enough to know.
Yes.
So, before we talk about the dreams of Azik, of Azikiwe, of Tafawa Balewa, let me talk about my dreams.
Great, go ahead.
That night I was there when the Union Jack was brought down. We have been waving the Union Jack all the time. We have been singing God Save the Queen. We now learnt the new Nigerian anthem, and we saw the new green, white, green flag. And as a young boy of 16, I was completely convinced, and we were told, and I believed it, that we are now independent. And in a few years' time, we shall be like United States, Germany, England, France. And it was with that in my heart that I returned to school and finished my secondary school.
Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen. Okay, let me listen to this one.
Your team, all of whom conspired for this evening, Mrs. President, Your Royal Highnesses, who chosen to honor me with your presence on this evening, my colleagues, my students, my teachers, some of them absent. Let me begin by saying that I bring you greetings from Abu Dhabi, from where I've just more or less just arrived, from a festival of African theater with emphasis on women dramatists, very often a neglected section of our endeavor. Let me begin by confessing, and I think you know this, that I accepted this honor with mixed feelings. First of all, I'm notorious for having criticized so many appropriations, personal appropriations of public monuments by some of our past leaders, in which we end up, everything is named after them. I think I would, at a modest, even generous estimate, say that about 25% of monuments, whether they're buildings or roads in particular in this country or whatever institutions, are well and truly deserved. Having been guilty of saying that other people do not merit this kind of monumental dedication, and then I have to stand up in public and watch my name being put up as yet another appropriator, it just didn't sit very well on me. But by the time I thought it over again, no, I mustn't forget, one of your predecessors, I actually challenged him in public in Abuja, I must mention this. I said, you're supposed to be, right in public there, you're supposed to be the figure of probity. And yet, you're now occupying a space. The main road towards which is named after one of the most brutal and venal rulers we've ever had in this country. How do you justify that? Of course, he just looked at me and smiled and went on with his own business. I only mention that as one notorious instance of my approach to this, to naming ceremonies, naming events. However, by the time I looked at the history of theater in this country, and I think of my predecessors, Hubert Ogode, Dola Dipo, Fiberissima, the very little known and recognized and celebrated opera composers, operatic composers. Think of Akinyuba, also musician, composer. Think of Akpavot, another one. By the time I looked at all of them, I said, well, somebody has to carry the can. And if a group of bankers have got together, using some of my money also, I bank with them after all, in order to honor me, what's wrong with that? I said to accept it. I also had a personal reason, nostalgia. Nostalgia. I remember this building when it was first erected during a military regime. I think we called it the General's Hat because of the shape of the roof. There's, of course, in the conception, very little of what I call the African architectural intelligence in it. In fact, it was an uprooted structure, which the then Commissioner of Culture saw when he went to, I think it was Bulgaria, and it was not a real theater, it was a Palais de Sport, where people parade in honor of power and then do a bit of athletics, just to show that they're bringing in the people. I took one look at it and he said, I'll take that, but make it 1.5 times the size, because Nigeria is bigger than this country. And that's how this building came to be.
Wow.
All right. Still, we said, we'll manage it. And we had Festac 77 in this very hall. This very hall is a different hall, completely. It's nothing like what that building became over the years. degraded to such an extent that when Lagos was celebrating 50 years anniversary, and we looked for a hub, a center of activities which will be taking place elsewhere, one of the places we visited was what was here, which is now transformed. I took one look at it, and when the governor and his team wanted to come back and take a second look, I said, "You go without me." I said, "I've advised you, get somebody secretly, plant a bomb, blow it up." You know. Mabel, I said, it was not just a desert, it was a slum. And these bankers have got together to make me eat my words. Well, if eating one's words produces a morsel like this, then it's a very tasty set of words. And I want to thank you and congratulate you for doing what I considered and pronounced impossible. And there's another reason why I thought I should accept. Well, I was already ambushed anyway. They'd announced it as usual behind my back. As MK Abiola would say, they shaved my head in my absence. But still, I would have raised a squawk. But then I decided, this building owes me. It owes me. And one of the reasons, one of the debts, was that this building nearly electrocuted two of my actors. That is how decrepit it had become. The roofs were leaking, so there were pools of water everywhere. And of course, there were electric wires also. I think, I hate to say it, almost as if they were deliberately attached to those pools of water. And I nearly lost two of my performers here when we came to perform Camwood on the leaves. So that was definitely one debt it owed me. And when shortly after that, I think when a group of artists came to see me in the office, my borrowed office in Lagos, and they said, we want you to come with us, to join us. We want to protest. It seems as if some business people, that was the first attempt, wanted to take this over, and we think they shouldn't be allowed. I said, better go and prostrate yourselves and thank anybody who was foolish enough to want to take over that place. Just go away, leave me alone. But again, I think that created a challenge to the banking consortium, because this is a different group. I think it created a challenge. So having thrown out that challenge and having it picked up, I decided, yeah, I'm owed. I'll accept it. But the greatest reason, however, was a very personal one. Over the years, I've discovered that I'm not really real, that I'm a bit of dramatic creation by some anonymous artists. Everything around me seems to involve drama. If I speak, it's drama. If I don't, then other people say it's drama. I mean, how many people here, for instance, I've just announced that I've just flown in from Abu Dhabi. Look at the coincidence. This event timed for a festival of African theater. To how many people timed for an event which was happening so many thousand kilometers away, involving this very kind of occupation? That kind of coincidence is not very usual. Then I was going to another festival just a few months ago, virtually on my birthday, as a matter of fact, and something happened to me. I mean, how many of you here can claim to be kidnapped at 91 when going to a theater festival? So that's another unique factor. So I think these bankers did some research, looked around and said, you know, this character is really a dramatic piece of work. himself. Let's name it after him. And then they also thought, I mean, especially the artists around them, they said, well, if theater dries up, if these writers, directors, choreographers, and so on, if they run out of material, if they run dry, all they have to do is say, look at that name. Go and create some theater around them. They don't have to work very hard. So having taken into consideration all these factors, I decided, well, maybe I may as well. After all, it's one thing it doesn't cost any money for you personally. Your name, it's already given to you. So if people want to borrow it, even without paying royalties, it's okay, they can have it. So finally, and in all seriousness, I want to thank you for this honor, those of you who've been involved in it, including your president, who's a great conspirator. He knows how to lay ambush here and there, but it's okay. This netted yet another victim, and I want to thank him. And for all those who will be using this hall, let me remind you that I merely represent the preoccupation, the commitment of others like Hubert Ogunde. I've already mentioned some of them, and not merely in this country, but outside. Names like we bandied around quite recently, Benet Daidie from Senegal, Sonny Laboutansi, Wiri Liking, a woman, that's a woman's name, by the way, from Cameroon. Many of you would not have heard of. And my hope is that with the recreation of this building, this institution, we won't be going all the way to Abu Dhabi to watch African theater. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. So you've seen that, you've heard that. That was a speech. Again, there are mixed reactions, but again, that's his field. So I kind of agree with that. This is the interview where Atiku said he was going to step down. Let me see. So is it Hausa? Okay, so we won't be able to listen to that in Hausa, but this is what he said. Are you willing to step aside your ambition to champion and empower a capable young leader in 2027? That's Atiku being asked. Are you going to step aside for Peter Obi? Okay, because that's the only person that I see right now that the agitation and the request is that they zone the presidency to the south from the ADC side. Absolutely, that was what Atiku said. I'm fully committed to nurturing the next generation of leaders. If a capable young leader emerges in 2027, what does it mean by emerges? That is, if a capable young leader does the primaries in ADC and wins the primaries, which we know is going to be very difficult, I might step aside, offering my unwavering support and mentorship to guide them towards a brighter future for our nation. My question would have been, are you going to step aside for Peter Obi? I mean, that would have just been my question. Are you going to step aside for Peter Obi? That's it. I mean, not younger generation, because the whole argument is that this guy should leave and let Peter Obi take charge, and let's see what happens. This on a more on a light
and
note.
We want to urge every
This is funny.
Of independence. And we want to urge every Nigerian to keep on.
So this is a comedian. I think Shank Comics brought him.
Supporting this administration. I know there's a lot to be done, and I know Nigerians are expecting a lot from this current government. But I want you to know this, that 2027 is around the corner. I want every one of you to get your voter's card and vote your conscience. That is if your conscience is going to work anyway.
Okay, so I mean that was just on a lighter note. With respect to, with respect to that, let me see. Okay, Yelesha Ore again back at it. Always going to the court, and then here, is that a federal high court this morning for the continued trial. APC Senator Ned Nwoku accuses Shore of cyber stalking him. Wow. So at this point in time, I even want to know, like, how many court cases does this guy have, rather? Let me see. Let me ask Grok. How many court cases is Shore? Because he was saying that he has like 3. Shore at the moment. Yeah, I'm just consulting here. How many court cases are we looking at for Shore? And again, because there's a lot that, there's one from DSS where it called Tinubu a criminal. As of October 2, 2025, Omoyele Shore, okay, let's look at that. He has 5. Bro, that's a lot. 5 ongoing court cases in Nigeria, Federal High Court in Abuja. This primarily stems from his social media posts criticizing government officials and policies, often charged under cybercrime, defamation, and related laws. And that's my fears with these new laws that they were making on cybercrime and all cyberbullying. While I understand that you have to protect people, the politicians are the ones using the laws to benefit themselves. Note that Shore has an history of dozens of cases since 2019, many dismissed or withdrawn, such as the 2019 treasonable felony charge struck out in February 2024. But the focus here is on active ones. So let's look at it. So DSS cyberbullying / defamation, arraignment stalled due to non-service charge sheet. So that was the one where he called Buhari a dictator. Tinubu a dictator. We have that one. Then you have illegal IGP Egbetokun remark cybercrime, and that's another one. And then you have a forged police signal. I don't know what this means. Ongoing public invited to witness proceedings. Wow, then there's a suit against DSS, Meta, and X. So what happened? Let me explain what happened with Meta. Meta is Facebook, and X is Twitter. So they had actually written to Facebook and Twitter to take down the post, which I believe that they shouldn't have even done. Meta got back to them, and Twitter also got back to them that they don't have the power to reduce it, that they need to sue. So now DSS is suing. No. So Shore is suing DSS, Meta, and X. And that's crazy. And then there's a sue for passport release and related police action. Ongoing involves account freezing and detention order application by the IGP. Wow. That's a lot of cases, bro, at this point. Let me see. That's a lot. That's a lot of cases. Oh, let me listen to this.
So we're starting right here on the show this morning. We're joined on the program by the National Publicity Secretary of the ADC, Mr. Bolaji Abdullahi. He joins us virtually this morning. We'll also be joined by the National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Mr. Felix Morka. But Mr. Abdullahi, good morning. Warm welcome to the program. Let me start by, of course, wishing you a happy Independence Day celebration. Having listened to the president for you, I know that you understand how these speeches are written. You've been on that side as well. What do you take home from the president's speech?
That question is for me, right?
Yes, Mr. Abdullahi. That's for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Happy Independence Anniversary to you in the studio and to all Nigerians. I listened to part of the president's speech, and I also listened to your review of your review of the speech itself. I must say, as a citizen, not just as a party, as an opposition party spokesperson, as a citizen of Nigeria, I must say that I'm profoundly disappointed because, and why do I say so? The 65th anniversary of a nation like Nigeria, or any nation at all, is quite significant. But listening to the president, you would think that what he was delivering was his budget speech or his annual performance review, rather than speaking to a history of a nation like Nigeria at this critical time. I was waiting for when the president will anchor everything he was saying within a historical context. But apparently, the president was not able to rise above the limitations of his administration. He saw it as an opportunity to campaign. He saw it as an opportunity to say, oh, this is what we have done, this is what we have done, this is what we have done. And if that is not bad enough, much of what the president claimed to have achieved, we can't deny some of them, but majority of what the president has said, you analyze that this president spent 30% of the speech talking about the economy. And most of what the president said regarding the economy does not reflect the reality of Nigeria. And if you go out and ask the press and ask Nigerians the meaning of, for me, the way I will sum it up is that yet again, the president's speechwriters fail to understand the historical significance of this moment. And in speaking about the economy especially, the president appeared to be speaking to economic experts and analysts rather than speaking to the reality of Nigerians. And it's quite shocking, profoundly shocking indeed, that the president spoke about, you said that the president spoke about security. Only 44% of his speech was dedicated to the insecurity in the country. I think there's something quite misaligned in the president speaking at this time and just mentioning insecurity in passing, when every single day Nigerians live in fear. We had the story of your colleague that was killed as a result of the armed robbery attack in Abuja, the seat of power, just few kilometers away from the Aso Rock Villa. My state, Kwara State, used to be one of the safest states in the country. Now whole villages have been sacked and people being murdered in broad daylight without any let or hindrance. Nobody is disturbing them. The president is talking about gallant soldiers. The number of our military men that are being killed every single day with impunity by bandits is unspeakable. And let us not make a mistake. Even the numbers that are being reported are grossly underreported if you know what is going on. So for me, I think it's a big disappointment that the president did not understand the historical significance of this moment and rather chose to use the budget speech to say, oh, this is what my government has done. It is not about the 65th anniversary or independent anniversary of Nigeria. It's not about his government. It's about the...
very low on historical context.
To the moment, and very critical to the evolution of our national life. There's no aspect that speech did not touch. Yes, he dwelt on the economy because the economy is central to the group of people in any political path. I think it's what Nigerians think, which is why I hear you when you were asking, what does this all mean for our people at home?
Okay, let me just leave that. Let me leave that reaction. Let me go to Twitter. I mean, it's just it's obvious that.
Hello, mommy. Yeah, I'm in a meeting right now, and like I'm in a U.S. consulate meeting. Yeah.
That I'm watching you already.
You're watching? You're watching me?
I am watching you. I know that you said you are going to call your mommy.
Oh, boy. When I move my TV down, oh, yeah, now, bye-bye. Off that TV, Joe.
Greet Tinubu for me.
Thank you very much.
Tinubu not down.
Oh, that was painful. Guy, you're famous, OW's in the chat, bro.
Your mom did it for you.
Yeah. Anything you want to say before you?
No, that's funny. When you, yeah, actually. I didn't know this one. Shore actually thanked the DSS for pushing his post, saying he's doing well and reaching even more people. At the same time, he confirmed that he had sued Facebook and X against censorship, insisting he won't allow this comment to be silenced. Yeah, that's it. Because now them they get the country. Tinubu and landlord, weekend and landlady. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. The FCT minister in some wiki arriving at the venue of the official flag off of the installation of the integrated solar lighting in the district of Abuja City and expressway under the Light Up Abuja program, lots 1 and 2. Okay. About being there's nothing like Yaloja in our history and culture. Falashade Tinubu, that one history, this one Nigeria, and I was inaugurate the Yaloja of Edo State. I beg, who can actually get Benin Kingdom? Okay, I've seen this one. Oh,
Like
let
on
me see this.
history.com, Sanku pied in loaned Lexus amid payment dispute by guarantor. So it is actually alleged by the guarantor known as Finest that the Sanku guy actually bought the car that he posted. Congratulations, he bought it for 7 million. Then he was paying it instrumentally. And that Lexus SUV 2012 is actually worth 23-24 million. Yeah, so he paid 7 million, carried the car, and was trying to pay instrumentally. Then the accident happened. That pied him, even the car safe. So that actually made me notice this kind of thing is actually trending. Yeah, so if anybody buys car now, in which I know say I just buy my own too, a second car, I then saw some comments on my Twitter, over 700,000 views on my post. Some like, hope say no be loan car. I just did. Well, before that, I remember this Ashimusi loan car partnered with Jeff Worldwide. Yeah, they actually literally scammed this girl. They used her for clout. Ashimusi promised this girl a car. She didn't give the girl cash just for clout, and Now, what you guys need to take note is the Jeff Worldwide person that Ashimusi partnered with. So I then heard that this Jeff Worldwide is a car dealer. So if you can actually pay 40% down payment as a loan car, you could carry the car. If you are a content creator, if you are an influencer, a celebrity, so if you want to buy a car, you can actually go and buy 40% from this Jeff. Then you can post it as congratulations. Like, so when I now bought my own second car, people were like, she immunized herself, don't go buy loan car.
Okay, so I think that's just the life of guys right now. That's what they do. People are living this fake life and flaunting it as success. The content market is dynamic and could change at any point in time. So whatever you have at this point, just make sure that you're using your money wisely, because you don't know, things could change, and that's it.
Hope you enjoy me.
Huh? What's this? Oh, let's see this.
Why Adeboye carry gift? Now Adeboye no go see say Tinubu no dey do well. Adeboye no go see say the government no dey do well. Who love Jonathan time? And I see wetin Adeboye.
Okay, that's cool. Hey. Let me see if I can get some more stuff to talk about before time runs out. I've seen this one. Yeah, so there's a talk about Jonathan coming into the race, and I've not made any commentary about that. Let me see if I can talk about it.
Official spokesperson for the Jonathan administration. It was my duty to run the communication process. And therefore, I find it very odd that a man that I respect so much, Mr. Bayo Ononuga, will come around for political reasons, for propaganda reasons, to say that the Jonathan administration was a useless administration. No. That is not just an insult to President Jonathan. I take it personally as the man whose duty it was to speak for that administration. There were other spokespersons who have promoted themselves beyond their level, but that was my primary assignment. And I say that I took an oath in 2011 to defend that administration, and I remain faithful to that oath. And I say with all seriousness that Mr. Bayo Ononuga is unfair to President Jonathan. He is wrong in the propaganda that he has put out. He may have issues with Professor Jerry Ghana, who is a chieftain of the party, who made a statement in Mina that President Jonathan is going to be the next presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party. He could have stayed there, and he will have been in order, disagreeing with Professor Jerry Ghana. But to say that there were no meaningful achievements under President Jonathan, no, he's wrong. He's absolutely wrong.
Wow.
And this is my correction. Now, President Jonathan is acclaimed all over the world 10 years after his administration as a Democrat, as a man who moved Nigeria forward. That's even the international community saying that. Since he left office in 2015, he has been invited everywhere, whether it is Malawi or it's Ghana or it's Gambia. So he has become an international citizen. That in itself should tell Mr. Ononuga and those around him in the villa that, look, this is a man who has achieved, who has remained relevant. There are other Nigerian leaders who will not be invited anywhere, who will not be accommodated in decent company. But President Jonathan, by conceding defeat in 2015, and by saying that the blood of every Nigerian is important, more than his own, has played a major part in history. But to the details,
I agree with that.
Government.
I agree with that 100%.
In the Sovereign Wealth Fund, we left $1 billion. Exchange rate was between 170 to 198. The foreign reserve was about 42 billion. Nigeria's economy in 2014 was rebased, and Nigeria was recognized as one of the major emerging economies. In fact, we overtook South Africa in terms of the quality of our economy. Railway, it was President Jonathan who started the railway project. Rotimi Amechi, when he was minister, himself acknowledged it. Power the revolution in the power sector, reform in the power sector, was the handiwork of President Goodluck Jonathan. Okay, the APC government that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they came now, they brought, what's his name now? Muhammadu Buhari as president of Nigeria. Muhammadu Buhari destroyed everything, either in railway or power. The legacy of President Jonathan was, driven aground because.
So let me just stop there and put things in perspective. Okay? The presidency of Jonathan was riddled with so many inefficiencies. You're talking about the reserves. We all know what was happening at the time. We all knew that the subsidy scam was entrenched. We all knew what happened. You left almost 22 local governments to Boko Haram. Insecurity was a big issue. Maybe he wasn't involved in the insecurity problem, but then he didn't solve it. There was an actual plunder of the economy. Things were not going on well. The reserve went to an high of $60-something billion. As at the time when he was leaving, it was already down. Okay? It was already down, it was lower. And again, the problem people have, foreign reserves under Jonathan, the problem people had with Jonathan was that he wasn't in charge of his government. He wasn't in charge of his government. And that was a big problem.
Because they were more interested in, embarrassing President Jonathan. President Jonathan established 14 new federal universities, 166 Amajiri schools. The APC government, after 2015, could not even maintain the Amajiri schools. So the Naira, as I said, was also very stable. So Mr. Ononuga, with due respect, is playing politics. He's dispensing propaganda.
Fair enough, yeah.
He's not talking to the point. He's a man that I respect, but our government proved to be better than the APC government. And this is why now you have Nigerians, other political parties saying they want President Jonathan back.
No. The Nigerians are not saying they want President Jonathan back. That stuff is just being floated by PDP guys. And again, with respect to the reserve, I'm sorry, you're not being truthful on that one. Look at what is said here. In 2010, President Jonathan inherited a total of 66 billion, of which 46 billion was in foreign reserves and 20 billion was in the noble but abused extra crude oil account. By 2015, when the people democratically removed him from office, the foreign reserve has fallen below 30 billion. And the excess crude oil has been depleted to 2 billion. Despite the fact that Jonathan had one of the best revenue generation in the account of presidency. Look at it. The presidency added that from 2010 to 2013, crude oil sold for an average of 100 barrels. As of today, crude oil is selling for around 60-something. Yet by 2014, the government struggled to pay its workers. A lot of workers were being owed. The reserve was already dwindling as at the time when Buhari got in. Again, Buhari has his own problem. I'm not saying he did what was right. I'm not saying he handled the economy well. We were going for a rock bottom. And that's why people had to vote Jonathan out. So you don't come to TV and start trying to rewrite history. Okay? Because as at that time, things were already changing. Things were really bad.
In Malawi, they have brought back Mutharika. Mutharika is 85 years old. The country could not find its direction. They said Mutharika should come back. In Ghana, they have brought back President Mahama. John Mahama to come and rescue the country. Nigerians are saying, bring back Jonathan. There's even a group that says, bring back our Jonathan.
No, we don't want him. He already has his own fair shot, and he messed it all up.
Now, that may be an issue for the APC government, but revisionism will not be accepted from Mr. Ononuga. President Goodluck Jonathan made his contribution. He left a very strong legacy, and we were part of that. And I'm not speaking from a partisan perspective. Look, look at the people that President Jonathan had. Additional moved from being Minister of Agriculture, that's Akinwumi Additional, to become president of AFDB. And he represented Nigeria well there. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was one of the superstars in our government. And she's there at the WTO. Okay, I'm here with you at Arise News. Whatever you think of me.
Producer says we love you.
Well, no, whatever you people think of me, I'm not too sure you treat me well. But
look at the way Rufai is watching.
I have so many people, you know, who are out of that government and are doing well, who are the stars in the APC government, from Buhari to President Tinubu. So let us be realistic. It's okay. People can make their choices. If President Jonathan wants to run, fine. Mr. Ononuga says he can run. But to put down another government to make your own government look good, no, I think that's cheap propaganda. That's not acceptable, in my view.
I'm not surprised that people like Mr. Bayo Ononuga have started attacking a Goodluck Jonathan that has not even openly come out to declare that he will run. Because what has been Mr. Bayo Ononuga's job all this while in this government? It's been an attack personnel. Just attack people. The same Mr. Bayo Ononuga that I went through his Twitter page that has not issued a single statement about the killing in Kwara. Let me tell you about what happened in Kwara. There was a big protest yesterday that was not covered by mainstream media. It was covered by BBC Yoruba. In Okeode, in Kwara, bandits had ravaged the town. People were taking buses to flee the town because of the activities. I saw a video, Ayo, of a woman crying beside the dead body of her husband and her husband's brother that the bandits killed. After the mini protest, the villagers blocked the road, and after protesting, they were not still sure of anything that was going to happen to them. They started getting into buses and fleeing. The governor talks about how scared he is for people and around there, how helpless he feels. Mr. Bayo Ononuga has not issued one statement. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've not seen it at least. Maybe I might be wrong. I admit I might be wrong. He's not made it front burner. For them, it's about politics of Jonathan that has not even spoken. And then he goes to berate Jonathan. The facts are there. If you ask an average night, will your life not better under Jonathan than what the APC, the lies they sold to you that they have not achieved? You say, oh, he got in there with 66 billion in the foreign reserves. He got to 36 billion. What was inflation under Jonathan compared to the rigmarole of inflation we had here? What was the economic prospect?
Again, I'm not trying to belittle whatever. I mean, you can support whoever you want to support. But let me tell you the truth about Jonathan's government. Okay? The problem was that we were actually heading to the rock bottom. It took Buhari months for him to even understand that he also was also a problem, because it was handed over a comatose economy, which Buhari himself then went on to destroy further. Okay? But for you guys to come in here and like Jonathan was this El Dorado president, or that Jonathan was doing what he should do. No. Jonathan was clueless as it comes. You can always argue for or against, but I'm telling you, if you're asking people were their lives better under Jonathan or versus under Buhari, of course their life was better under Jonathan, but it was also one of the most reckless decisions that Jonathan took under his presidency that has led us to this state. Plus, also, it was a reckless decision that Buhari took under his own presidency that has also led us to this state. So you can as well say, oh, things were not that bad under Jonathan. Why? Because it was taking money from the reserves to cover for his own lack of clue. And that was what was happening. That was really what was happening. Tinubu can equally say, you know what, I'm not going to stress myself. I'll just leave the subsidy. I'll leave the Forex the way it is. And everybody will be fine. But at the end of the day, someone has to come out and pay the price. Someone has to do the reform. Someone has to make things to be done the right way. And that is what Tinubu is doing. So again, these are basic economics. These are basic factual stuffs. At this point, I'm like a broken record. If Jonathan has done well, forget about propaganda. Forget about what APC was doing in 2014, 2015. Jonathan would have been returned. He failed woefully. Jonathan was not in charge of his government. So you can always say, oh, was your life better? Yeah, of course, your life will be better because Obasanjo had saved up up money in the reserves for Jonathan. And Jonathan then started what? Depleting it. Where's Alison Madueke today? And again, everybody talks about Femi Adeshina also, or is it Femi Adeshina, the Agriculture minister. Yeah, the guy did well. He's one of the ministers that I could say under Jonathan's tenure delivered to the people. And you can give Jonathan the credit for that. Nobody's going to take away from Jonathan's achievement. The biggest achievement of Jonathan remains INEC reforms and him handing over to a civilian government, handing over to another civilian government without any riot, without any rancor, and that has earned him that title of a statesman. But to come and say things were better under Jonathan, just because people were cooking the books, just because people were drawing from the reserve, is disingenuous.
It's in the same Jonathan days we had 9%. You complain, yes, there was corruption. Oh, you mentioned Diezani and all of that. You act like there's no corruption in this government. Till today,
nobody's saying there's no corruption in this government. All we're saying is that you cannot just, try and whitewash a government that was a failure just because your colleague served in that government. Jonathan's government, for the most part, was a failure, except in the area of INEC and the area of Agric.
Knows what happened to Better Edu. You act like we don't even live in this country.
Yeah, fair enough.
There was Jonathan couldn't.
Better Edu should have been prosecuted. I agree. Better Edu should be prosecuted. But again, I'm saying that the discussion here is that Jonathan's presidency was a big challenge.
Tackling security. I've talked about Kwara. Is it not in this country they killed a lot of people in Jos? So the so-called sanctimonious message that Mr. Ononduga wrote. The question is, how are they better than even the Jonathan there that they condemned? So you see, that's why Nigerian fail us. It's been a litany of woes, both the PDP that failed, the APC that failed. And in the midst of the failure, the standards are now so low that they keep challenging themselves. Now me fail pass, now you fail pass. Because for him to compare APC that is a failure to another failure, so it's a graduation scale of who is failing. And that's why we have hospital system that can't save the life of so many. We have police that can't react. And so many was being killed. So this is the joke we have made a country. Happy birthday to Nigeria at 65. Let's continue.
Lagos can proudly say.
No, I don't want to watch this one. Let's see. There was one.
So this is the
Tinubu that they don't say anything wrong. They didn't say anything wrong, but they said they are looking at the posts. And that has been about a month ago. And by the way, the post is doing very well. Yes. The interesting thing about these people is that sometimes you put something out there and many people will not see it. But they themselves will now use, as they say in Nigeria, they will now carry their hand to go and bring the thing out. Now the whole world has seen that post. Like I said, we are happy to announce that the post is doing very well.
Yeah, again, that was a big PR problem with the Tinubu administration. I mean, this guy called Tinubu a criminal, which is, I mean, he's in his own right to say whatever he wants to say. And the presidency also is within their own right to sue or not to sue. But to me, I felt like it was a bad PR. You know, Showore will definitely say whatever he wants to say. You know? And the problem that I have is that they should have just, you know, in good faith, just said that's his opinion. And the tweet was in response to Tinubu saying that there's no more corruption in Nigeria, which Tinubu later clarified that was in the area of forex and in the area of subsidy. They should have allowed the guy to say his own opinion. It's his opinion. Showore has the right to say what he wants to say. I may not say it the way he said it, but it's within his own right to say that. They went after this guy and it became a problem for them. Right now, I don't even know if they trying to take down that post was a good thing. It wasn't actually. I know it wasn't a good thing.
Amen. And it basically says Tinubu is a criminal. Yes. Because he went to Brazil to go and lie that there's no longer corruption in Nigeria. But you know what has followed that? There's been a lot of controversy. The DSS got itself involved. The police also wanted to get involved. Everybody is trying to get involved. When the DSS and police could not satisfy Tinubu, they now push Wiki to go and get involved. Langra got himself involved. It was desperation on the part of the DSS to file charges where no offense was committed. And you saw that with what the lawyer to Meta said, that they have looked at the charges, nothing even related to an offense affecting Meta, that's Facebook. And I think the same thing applies to Twitter, and of course, it applies to me. Because there was no disclosure of any offense. If you see the charges they served me, they have one page of proof of evidence. And that was a picture, a still picture they grabbed, a screenshot from whenever they get of Tinubu standing in front. That's not proof of evidence. They did not even, I don't want to teach them what to do because I know they will still come and fumble again next time. Then the most important thing that ought to have been done, which was to serve me, they refused to serve me. They were hoping that they come and ambush me in the court. They did not want to serve me because they are afraid that I will prepare for trial.
I decided to come.
But I decided to come because even cases that don't concern me, I come to this court to attend to them. So, what is important, Nigerians, is that our focus on how to fix this country is our inalienable right and it's sacrosanct. In the process of doing that, we will not spare anybody because we are 200 million people. And we deserve good governance, we deserve attention, we deserve accountability, transparency, we deserve the basic minimum standards of democracy and tenets, one of which is freedom of speech. You cannot litigate against us in any court or criminalize it. Even the man, the drunkard in the FCT, Nice or Wiki, who said an American has never called Trump a criminal, was presented with over 1,000 videos. The DSS claims that it's their job to protect the president. It's their job to protect him, but it's not their job to police free speech in Nigeria. That one is not. The DSS takes its inspiration from the Secret Service in the US, which exclusively protects the president of the US. The Secret Service has never filed a lawsuit against an American who said Trump is this or that, because they use America, that's what I'm using. But let's even concede, without admitting, that they don't do it in America. We can do it here. Because Americans don't have our type of problems. Americans have schools, they have functioning hospitals, they have great jobs, there's no unemployment. So Americans can decide to be complacent about calling out their leaders. We haven't gotten to where America was in 1900. So our own circumstances are different. and we must approach it with the tenacity and the ferocity that is required to ensure that those who claim to be our leaders, whether they rig themselves into office or they seize power, we hold them to account. And I'm saying this, that even under the military, when the military will seize power through a martial music, we confronted them, even though we didn't appoint or elect them. So how much more the so-called civilian regimes in the country who supposedly were elected by a constitution that they uphold all the time, even though I don't believe in that constitution. But that's all they have for now. So I just want to make it very clear, and it's very important for all of you, particularly in the media, that no offense has been committed, and the trial could not continue today because there is no way you can prosecute an offense that does not exist. They disgracefully brought the DPP of the Federation to come and personally oversee this case. The reason why he came is they forced him here. That's why he was unprepared. He did not know that I have not been served, because I think he was arrested and bundled here. Because I found out in their initial charge that they published in the public that he refused to sign off on the charges. He was not consulted. But the DSS had to force him to come here because they know me since 2019. Their lawyers cannot face me. So they have brought the DPP, and the DPP must learn a hard way.
Exactly.
That's the rule.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes. I reacted last night, and then let me send my condolences to my family and our co-workers. I knew, even without having been told, that she's a victim of Nigeria. Yes. Nigeria happened to her. I was reading on my way here, I've not confirmed, that they robbed every flat in that building. They called the police. Police did not show up until after she had jumped out of her window, gotten injured, and had no emergency support. She was found alive by the police, but when she asked to be taken to the hospital, the police said they had no fuel in their car. Maybe, if the police had not allowed their car to be stolen by a thief, maybe that car could have helped her to get to the hospital. Who knows?
Exactly true.
So there's a fund.
So reporters come out that story wasn't true. That in fact the police was the one that took her to the hospital. There's been a lot of story around that. I'm just putting that there.
Fundamental problem here, people. We are in trouble. And her own tragedy is just symptomatic of that problem. But I feel so bad for her. I feel bad for her that today maybe I would have visited her family, but I have to be in court. So again, my condolences. But Nigeria happened to her. Nigeria has been doing people dirty everywhere. And our own case came to the surface because she's a member of the elite class. As we are speaking, they are killing people in droves in Kwara State. Those ones don't even hear from the police or army. They have been left on their own. The people of Zamfara have been left to their fate. People of Kaduna have been left to their fate. Katsina left to their Benue left to their fate. Kidnappers are riding roughshod.
Regarding this account,
because again, your leaders have more interest in trivial things than substance.
Wow.
The people that should be prosecuted by the DPP are the people who are engaging in banditry and terrorism. But the DPP will probably one of the people meeting with them in Zamfara and taking selfies with them. That's what they do with bandits. If I were to be a dangerous, terroristic person, they will come and negotiate with me. Yes. They won't bring me to court.
Nigerian people.
Yes, sir.
We are back again for our struggle for our brothers and sisters in the Nigerian police force. Both retired and serving.
And serving members.
Both retired and serving members. For the serving members, as we always tell you, if you like, go and connive with your enemies.
Yes.
You see those who are retired, look at their condition. This is the mirror of what your future will be if you continue to serve a police force that have no interest in your future and has no respect for your dignity. And you have seen that in this country, the top echelon of the police force, they are enjoying themselves. Contracts upon contracts, their wives and children are having fun over you. But you cannot send your children to school. You cannot afford medicine. You cannot afford housing. So even the barracks where you are supposed to manage looks like poultry. Even that poultry now, they are selling it to themselves. And driving you out of your barracks. Meanwhile, you are supposed to risk your life for the entire country. You are supposed to go and die so that other people can live. You are supposed to be in the bush while people are living in their mansion. You are the ones who protect them. While they are asleep and their children are in school, you are the one who accompany them. But even to give you the opportunity to eat food that is better than that of their dog, they will never do it for you. That's why we are telling you that this is very important. You know, last time we did it, we went to your headquarters. It is my intention and desire to go back there again. But our brothers who are the owners of this struggle say they would prefer to stay here at the National Assembly because the law is supposed to be here. As far as I'm concerned, it is the people that employ you that you should be bothering. Because your files are at the force headquarters. But you have to be careful this day to even go to Air Force. They better not go steal you for there. That's the problem. But we have come and we are happy that the struggle is making progress. It is very clear there's only one demand. All the demands have been narrowed to one. Remove policemen from CPS. This is a Ponzi scheme they call CPS. Where the people who are managing your retirement funds live a better life than you whose retirement funds they are managing. So that you can retire in peace and progress. I have been saying this and it's very important. The reason why people work in the civil service is because when they retire, it's the first time they can buy a house. They can buy a car. But today, when you retire, you can't even buy a shoe. By the police. The transport that you go to. Let me give you a shocking revelation. Of all the retirees in Nigeria, the ones that die most after retirement are policemen.
Wow, that's not good. Yeah, that's crazy. That's really crazy. Let me see this one. The Rec Conference Wiki says, "Be careful with alcohol." Declares. Yeah, let's see.
You are a leader. You are a leader. You are a leader. You are a leader. You are a leader.
Okay, this is gonna be a very old news. Let me see this one. This story. So there's the a new account of what happened to that Arise TV host. So I just want to hear from the police force themselves. Hopefully now,
regarding the circumstances surrounding the incident, to set the record straight, some Udnon, armed robbers specifically, gained access into unique apartment where Somi lives. A twin 3-story 18-flat apartment around the Girishiri end of Katampe under Mabushi divisional area. At this point in time, 2 guards were on duty, security men. These are private guard. And one of them, who had the courage to challenge, sustained a gunshot. Under this condition, you know the panic that will have resulted from this kind of environment. Somi actually occupied an apartment on the topmost floor of the building.
Wow.
And out of the fear, she jumped down from that third story, the top floor. The consequences is what we have seen. It's so sad, so unfortunate.
Well, have you...
At last, this rescue was ready to the command control room. Policemen moved to the scene. What they could see, the unconscious body of Somi on the floor. They picked her there and then and took her to my Tama General Hospital, where the doctor on duty tried as much as possible to see whether they can resuscitate her using the CPR. It's unfortunate. He couldn't make it. And that was the story. But what are we doing at our end here? We've set up a specific investigation team headed by the Deputy Commissioner of Police Investigation, with all the tactical components required to unravel the whole situation with a view to tracking down the culprit responsible for this dastardly act. The leads we are getting, we're already working on it. No stone will be left unturned to ensure that the perpetrators are tracked and brought to justice. And the result of the investigation will be made known to Nigeria. That is the situation for now.
Okay, so apparently that was not the story that Arise TV gave us. The story was that the police said they had no fuel. And again, what they also said was that when she eventually drove herself, the whole thing wasn't well. It didn't make sense, the first story. Then the other story was that she drove herself to the hospital, and then the hospital rejected her. Again, when in the age of social media where you say something and then the whole thing, moves so fast and then you can track the truth. Now, still on the Arise TV news, Showore is saying that the first thing that struck me about the FCT when he was interviewed on Arise TV wasn't his word, but the plethora of our words. Again, these are just unnecessary distraction. Okay? Carefully arranged behind him. Nigerian national symbol of empty recognition, and yet in front of those plague, he sat to ignorantly announce that armed robber operated in the heart of Abuja for 1.5 hours without any police intervention. As if that disgrace wasn't enough, he capped his period briefing with the most ridiculous conclusion that Somi, the Arise new producer, was rushed to the hospital, but doctors could not revive her after performing CPR. I couldn't help but ask, so there is no ambulance at hand to provide proper emergency care before arriving? That's a valid question. Yeah, because really when you have policemen go for rescue mission, they should be tasked with performing CPR. If the CPR they performed was not working, or maybe they met her cold, at that point, then it's a different thing, especially in a city where the minister could spend 39 billion to refurbish an event center. And upon arrival at the hospital, was CPR really the best treatment available? I understand it was a damning display as it sat comfortably throughout the enunciating interview, not just of failure, but of how deeply unserious and broken the security
regarding the circumstances,
architecture and the medical emergencies are. You understand? Is CP Wale Ajao served in a proper police force, it would have known that it would have been fired the very minute he concluded that embarrassing interview, if not even before. Well, that's the point. Well, someone is saying that it thrives at exploiting tragedies to score cheap political point. Instead of offering solution, they rush to the grandstand and insult institutions. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. And again, why is it that they've not been able to apprehend the hoodlums? Why is it that they've not been able to apprehend the hoodlums as of today? That's crazy. But anyway, it is what it is. That's Nigeria for you. And that's the story. Now, someone is comparing it to what happened here when
Rest
you
now,
had
brother.
the FBI.
We have the watch.
respond to the shooter of Charlie Kirk within few hours. I think within few days, right? The second day or the third day, that became the killer was apprehended. Now, there's a lot of conspiracy theory surrounding the killer of this guy, but then the question is, this woman that died, number one, okay. The suggestion was that you have armed robbers, robbing for 1.5 hours, and that's crazy. That's crazy. Why would you have people robbing for 1.5 hours and nothing could actually be done? Then secondly, also, I think in panic, the lady jumped, which was a very, very, costly mistake. I mean, and it's just quite unfortunate. But that's what we have as of now, and that's the latest update for that. Let me see. Trust me, trust this. You don't clear the air, you don't break down everything. Look, you do on Skype. I don't really. I've listened to this one. What else again? Return to house, your recitation never accepted. INEC tells, listen, okay. That's that about that. Let me see any other thing. So there's this commissioning of mega solar lighting project by Wike. Yeah, that's that about that. Let me see if there are other stuffs happening. Okay, Senate tightens security, bans personal aid and police access to it as it prepares for full resumption and plenary on the 7th of October. So why would they ban personal aids and police access in anticipation of Natasha's first day? I would love to watch that plenary session. That will be on October 7th. After 6 months suspension, what does this mean? So are the people also restricted from observing the procedure from the gallery? We don't plan to come with my dog. Akpab, settle this matter before it unsettles your BP wahala. So this is the notification of reinforced security measures around the Senate chamber, the gangway, and the corridor. In furtherance to our quest of providing a secure and safe environment for your legislative duties, I wish to notify you that the long corridor passing the front of the Senate President office from the White House lobby. Oh, there's a White House lobby at the National Assembly. That's quite interesting. Shall be available only to senators and members of the House of Rep. All aides or personal assistants would not be allowed into the said corridor. You are kindly requested to disseminate this information to distinguished senators who would in turn intimate their aides or personal assistants as appropriate. Please accept the assurance of my humble regard. Okay, but I don't think this is a major news. I don't think there should be any major drama that day. Unfortunately, the performance of the National Assembly has really been below pale. It's not really been good. I'm not happy with what the National Assembly has done at this time. Okay. Political leaders, including me at Serve Nigeria Faithfully, would not be in poverty. Wow, that's quite that's quite a bold statement from Peter Obi. If political leaders, including me at Serve Nigeria Faithfully, would not be in poverty, well, I don't have any comment to add to that one. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. Tinubu's creation of a forest guard is not the solution to national security challenge, says the chairman of the House Committee on Navy. Okay. Well, this is just on a lighter mode. Okay. Yeah, that's that. Thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate. Thanks and have a good one. Yeah, bye.